right. What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Today is Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. Greetings and thanks to everybody for tuning in today. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for tuning into the Lapeef Network, the network that is getting all of this out here for you. We got hot stuff for you every day, hot shows for you every day. We're coming with the good topics, so make sure you stay tuned. If you have not already, hit that like button down at the bottom of the page. Also, hit that subscribe button and join the channel. Join the channel if you really want to show your support. All right. I ask for everybody who wants to contribute, please do so in the form of super chats or, cash apps, other type of monetary contributions. But if you can't do that, you know what I'm about to ask of you. Hit that share button. Don't leave the stream though. Share this out to your Instagram chat, your Facebook news feed, your Facebook groups, all of that. Let people know that this is what you're watching. Your group me's, your WhatsApp groups, all of that. Let people know, and we need people internationally. All my people in Nigeria, all my people in the UK. I got a cousin in Denmark. Share this stuff out. All right, so let people know. We know what time it is. It's the morning for us / afternoon over here in the U.S. on the East Coast. But for you, it's about nighttime. It's early evening, getting into late. So this is something y'all can partake in as well on the international front. Shout out to all my people abroad. Thank you for tuning into the Lapeef Network and the Trigger Mike Show. We appreciate you. Let me get my chat shout outs going. WTP, what's going on, my man? I'm just call you Funk. We're just going to do funk today. I want you in if you can on this topic today. All right. AP, my man, what's going on? Good morning. Isaiah Jr., what's up? Mr. Rich, what's going on? Clement Gray dropping knowledge yesterday. Dropping knowledge. I love when somebody comes and drops the mic on people. Lorenzo, what's going on, good sir? Appreciate y'all for joining me today. All right. Thanks to everybody again for tuning in today. We're going to have another good show for you. Ezekiel, I see you. What's going on? Dario Duplin, Green Gang. What's up? What's up? All right. Nico, 85. What's going on? Or Nicole. All right. Let's get into it. Today, we got another banger for y'all, man. Today's topic can get contentious. I'm not going to let the panel get contentious, but this topic has been circulating. It has been circulating the airwaves for a long time. Everybody wants to know how people feel about this particular topic. Everybody wants to know. So we need to get down to the bottom of this today. We need to. All right. So should women pay bills? And what I mean is in the context of a long-term relationship, a cohabitation situation with their partner, their man specifically, right? Should women pay bills or in a marriage? We're not going to glaze over and get into the stuff that people like to talk about. We're going to get down to the reality of the situation. I believe this is going to be an interesting debate. Let me tell you why. This is going to be an interesting debate today, okay? Because many men are afraid to talk about this topic. Fellas, I'm about to talk about us real quick. You're not only afraid of what the women are going to think, some men are more afraid of the men and what they're going to think. But we're going to get down to the bottom of it like we always do on the Trigger Mike Show. We're going to talk about this in detail. We're going to get down to the reality of the situation, not just the YouTube talking points, not just the stuff you see on TikTok, not the things you see on all these conversations going on Instagram and social media. We're going to find out what real people are doing in their homes. So if you feel like coming on the panel today, I want you to bring honesty with you. All right. None of this doctored up stuff, none of this careful curated message that you might bring on certain topics. I need you to bring the reality of the situation. That's what the people behind us need to learn from. They're out here regurgitating YouTube talking points, and we need to teach them better. What's actually going on in our homes, our communities? How are we actually getting through the day-to-day with each other as a couple? That's what they need to know. And this particular topic is a hot one. Should women pay bills? Let's get into it. So Many women misunderstand this. I guess on purpose, on accident. Many women misunderstand what them paying bills actually means in a relationship. Many women misunderstand this, okay? So they've heard that they shouldn't pay anything. They've heard crazy things like their money is for them and you're just supposed to break your man's back. They've heard all of this type of stuff. And even men feed into this ideology and this belief as well. So it's not just on the women. The men also believe some of these things. Maybe they were taught by their mothers that this is what they should be doing for a woman. You see where I'm getting at with that? But let's continue. Let's continue. Young men need to hear this. Here's why. Make sure you share this out. I'm going to ask you again. Make sure you share this out to the young men in your circles and groups. Share this out and invite them. Say, click on this right now. We're going to talk to them today. The young women too, but the young men who are going to be in charge of these homes in the future need to hear this. So make sure you get them in on this conversation. Young men need to hear this because this is one of those topics that they are afraid of, as I've said. They don't understand how they are supposed to provide. They don't understand provision as a definition because it keeps getting blurred by stuff that will be talked about within this topic. They're fuzzy on the details about this particular topic. What does it mean to provide if my woman also pays bills? What if I don't make enough in the beginning? Will she leave me? Am I not a provider? Am I not worthy of respect? Is it really leading? This is what's going through the minds of young men. This is what was going through my mind. Men need to understand this topic, and women do too. We need to get this straight once and for all because we got a mission and we're screwing up right now. Y'all are not on plan. Y'all are not on code. Y'all are not on mission. And this is one of those things we're going to get straight. This might even deserve a part 2. So hold your judgment to the end as I get into this topic. So before we get into it, let's get into a timeline on how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. Men have been the providers and primary breadwinners since the beginning of time. We all know that. That's not new news. Men have been the providers and primary breadwinners of their family since the beginning of time. Prior to the 20th century, I think the average family, if I'm not mistaken, lived off of what could be quantified to less than $1 a day. Okay? So when women talk about how they've been marginalized out of society, they've been held back, it was never that. It was that everybody was just poor. There was the rich and the extremely desolate and poor. And even though these people were poor, they had families and children to feed. That's why women stayed home. There was no society. There was no industrialization, no factories, no abundant workplaces and jobs for you to take. That's why women stayed home and the men brought home the bacon. Period. Don't let people tell you that people were holding women back. They weren't. There was just no work to do, even for some men. It took us a long time to figure out a structure in which women could participate to improve the dynamic of the family. So get that straight in your head. Men have not marginalized you. And that's not what this is about today, especially on the topic of paying bills. These families lived on what can be quantified to less than $1 a day. Okay? They were struggling. They were struggling. Now, fast forward. In the past 60 years, 60, 70 years, women have earned the right to vote. They have taken over colleges and universities. Congrats to you. One time for the women. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that's a phenomenal achievement in 100 years. Phenomenal. Shoot, I'm gonna put a 1 in the chat. And I'm the host. I'm the damn host, and I'm gonna put a 1 in the chat. All right. That's a phenomenal achievement. Y'all have taken over, gotten your education. Fareed, I see too. That's a phenomenal achievement. And as I always say, you should partake in everything this society has to offer and give you. That is what we, especially me, in my own house, I expect that from my daughter. I expect that. Partake in everything. Go to the highest levels of education. All right? Y'all have gotten all of these things. Now, how have opportunities changed for women in modern times? Remember, we talked about it in the 18th century, 19th century. There were no opportunities for women to take, no opportunities to expand work and commerce beyond the head of the household. There were no opportunities for women. There wasn't plumbing. There weren't tampons. People had children they needed to watch at home. People were also poor. All right. So women have amassed a world's worth of opportunities in less than 100 years. You asked for equal opportunities at work and you got them. You lobbied for them and you got them. Women are actually represented more in the workforce than men are present day. Right now, as we speak, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions more women in the workforce than men. Mostly because there are a lot of men in jail who make up most of the incarcerated population, and men die sooner. So there are more women at work than there are men at work. Present day, that's how many opportunities were created for you to partake in society. Now, what has changed a little bit? Women used to push men into opportunities so they could be the sole providers of the family. Okay? Y'all used to push men into jobs. Women used to seek opportunities for their husbands and their sons. You know, they opened a new factory down there. You should go see about that. You know, they got a new dry cleaning place on such and such. They need a manager. Y'all used to do this for your men. But instead, you started taking those opportunities for yourself. Remember, as you should, I don't think there are many American men that say women shouldn't work or shouldn't have the ability or opportunity to work. That is a false narrative. Completely false narrative. We don't hold you back at work. Remember, women likely hold you back more than men do at work. They'll hate on you more than men do at work. We've talked about that. So when you look at what has happened, I think that failure to adapt to changing times and circumstances is why the community can't get out of the situation it's in. Failure to adapt to changing times and circumstances is why the community cannot get out of the situation it's in. What is the situation, Trigger Mike? If you can guess the situation we're in, put it in the chat. Most women believe that even though they have education, even though they have jobs, and I shouldn't have said most women, not all, but too many women believe that even though I did all of this and I made demands of society, I should pay nothing and contribute to the household. Ladies, we have a problem. Like I said, hold your judgment. Hold your judgment. How could you go to school and say it means nothing? You are not the average woman that a man used to marry. You're a different woman entirely. The road that you're on with this current narrative about women shouldn't pay bills is what keeps the Black community broke. Did I go too deep? This false narrative is why we can't get advancement anywhere. It doesn't even matter if you went to college or not. The way you contribute to your household is absolutely paramount to its survival. A man, even though the headpiece, is not the only piece of the family. I'll say that again. Even though he's the head, he is not the only contributing factor to the viability and success of the family. How do you look under God saying that you want to do nothing? And let's define this for the modern women that we're talking about. Many women believe it's their job to just go get their nails done. They don't mean that they want to stay home and clean the home and make sure your dinner's ready. They're saying, I want to break your back and get my nails done, pay a cleaning lady, and hopefully she can cook too. Because, yeah, you and the kids got to eat. Not all, but too many women have that kind of mindset. Not down with it. Not down with it at all. Here is my recommendation, all right? Because I got to say this before I even get any deeper into it. Do y'all not realize that we have examples, so many examples, of people that do this correctly? I have told you time and time again that people in successful marriages that raise successful children and build strong homes do not keep score about where money comes from. They are not out here keeping score. They are going out and getting it. Let me prove this to you, since y'all think women should just sit on their ass and do nothing. When you walk in a Chinese store, who is at the front? Usually. They're usually owned by families, Asian families. In Texas, it's weird. They got Mexicans work. I don't know. But anyway. The woman is at the front taking your order. You want General Tso chicken? You want chicken lo mein? Okay, 10 minutes. Everything, no matter what you order from the Chinese store, takes 10 minutes. I just gotta throw that in there. That's an inside joke between me and my mom. If you want one plate of chicken wing, shrimp fried rice, it takes 10 minutes. If you order a Super Bowl party worth of wings and rice, it takes 10 minutes. I don't get it. I don't know why. But I dare you to try it. Just call there today and order a bunch of food. Okay, 10 minutes. It's all the same. All takes the same time. These people are masterful. Mathematicians, they are magicians. But when you go in that Chinese restaurant, the woman is usually at the front. The man is usually at the back. That looks like she's contributing to the viability, the survival, and success of her household. I can go back to my crib in VA, my parents' house right now. The same woman is at the front. The same woman is at the front. The same man is at the back. All right? The kids even work there now. That is how women contribute to their household and are supposed to. They got a life to build, a legacy to build and maintain for their children and the generations that come forth. They might even be taking care of people back home. But y'all want to sit on your ass? Let me tell you why you can't. Let me give you my recommendation. Fellas, I'm going to use the word contribute so you don't muddy the waters on this one. Your woman must contribute until you've reached a comfort level as a family that both of you have agreed to. You must reach a comfort level and you must reach it together. Can I talk to y'all for a second, man? This is a personal statement. I got to say it. The black community has no business talking about somebody staying home. The black community is on life support. You've been here and we're still on square one. Y'all ain't got no business talking about anybody staying home. The grind is infinite and must be infinite. Y'all ain't got no business talking about anybody staying home. I'm going to go a bit further into that. Today's woman, not all, but a lot, come with debt of some sort of their own. We live in a consumerism-driven society. 66% of all consumer debt is owned by women, not men. Men have the usual cars. Cars. You got a card from Best Buy, card from Express. Men are pretty simple. We work a long majority of time paying those things off. But when we talk about consumer-driven debt, you want to go in your girl's purse and see just how much trouble she might get y'all into? Not all, but too many. You see that Macy's card, that Nordstrom card, that Saks card, that Mac Counter card, that Ulta Beauty whatever card, Express card, New York and Company card. These women come with debt of their own. Not to mention student loan debt for the women that went to college. If you are a black man and you want to marry a black woman, take note. Black women owe the most college debt of any woman in America. Take heed to that. That is important. The black community has no business talking about somebody staying home with numbers like that. This is not even a shot at anyone. This is a call to action. Get your ass up. Nobody better be talking about staying home or sitting on their ass. We are 4 generations back, at least, for the amount of time that has been people have been here. We took steps backwards, regressed. That's what that's called. Stay at home, my ass. Now, another recommendation. If a woman comes with debt, because the average woman is going to marry an average man, even if they don't get married, the average woman is going to get in a long-term relationship with an average man, more than likely. Fellas, cheat code. If you care about yourself, if you care about the viability and success of your family, if your woman comes with debt, she should be able to pay for it. If you have to focus on the provision and the roof over their head and the food on the table and the activities so the kids can grow up to be productive, functional adults, you don't got no time to be fielding calls from the Department of Education for education you didn't earn. If she comes with debt, she has to pay for it. You are an average man. Don't let nobody break your back with unrealistic expectations, because there are plenty of women out there that are dying to get with you and come with zero debt. These women are saying, pick me. I'm the best catch. But $80,000 in debt you don't know about staring you in the face. All right. I know some men won't like it. This is going to be an unpopular one, but we got to get down to the bottom of it. Like I said, nobody in the black community has any business talking about staying home. We have regressed as a society. We got to be out here getting it. Most marriages, most relationships involve children. Those children need a shot at life. They need a shot at something substantial. I want to make this point for those of y'all that keep looking in the direction of other people. Keep saying, well, this group does it. That group does it. Let me tell you something that women got completely wrong. The modern average woman. You downplay the contributions of men, but you need to ask yourself one question. Are you willing to live under what the average man can provide? Ain't nothing wrong with these men. A man that goes to work every single day, that started when he was 16 and is not going to stop till he's 66 or 70. There's nothing wrong with that man. He's going to figure it out. You just need to be patient. Are you willing to live under what he can provide? I believe Kevin Samuels called them IKEA marriages. You want your wedding to look like Beyonce's. That's why you're in debt. You want your furniture to come from Star Furniture or whatever high class furniture, Cantoni or whatever. You want your furniture to come from there, but you make $35,000 a year. Your marriage is supposed to start at IKEA. Large majority of you. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It builds character. In fact, it builds the bond that keeps your marriage together. Y'all call it struggle love. I call it humble love. We all started from humble circumstances. I don't know why we acting like we're too good for it now. That's the character that we pass on to our children. That's the work ethic that we pass on to our children. Look at where we were and look at all we have. Me and your mama built that from nothing. That is how people stay together. But you want to pretend and keep up with the Joneses? Nah. The average woman is not willing to live under what the average man can provide. Therefore, you must work. You're not going to break my damn back. You want these things. Look at the apartment of a 20-something-year-old man that just go to work every day. This fool got a futon, a big-ass screen TV. He may not even have a box spring or a bed frame. He good. He might not even have a kitchen table. He got a bunch of cereal and juice and beer. Men can live an extremely minimalistic lifestyle until you come along with all your expectations. We do it for you. If you want to upgrade, cool. We can focus on the upgrade. The upgrade takes time. Hell, they even make you wait a few years now to upgrade your phone. What the hell makes you think you're going to get it all instantly? Men can live an extremely minimalistic lifestyle. We understand what it takes to wait for the upgrade. I'm doing just fine. I'm going to work every day. I watch out for promotions that align with my skill set. When it's my time, I'm going to get there. And my advancement means our advancement. That is what the average man is doing. He is doing just fine for himself. Y'all want luxury. So you need to provide that for yourself. When I can do it, I will. That is the funny part about all of this. Should women pay bills? You have to. You have to do something. You have to contribute. I'm going to make this statement for those people who want to know how it works for married people. JR, drop that link, please, if you haven't already. Married people don't keep score about where money comes from. In fact, married people, both working, can build the life they want faster than everybody else. That is why I promote it. The Jays, Africans, Asians, Middle Eastern, Mexicans, and South Americans. Group economics. Since when have we been talking about economics and two has not been better than one? Get it through your head. Two is better than one. You will get to sit down. We will reach a comfort level. Be patient, grind, work, put in the work, and you deserve, when you are ready, to rest. I'll take it from here. That is the average American family. Do what is necessary to provide for your children, to build the life you want, to leave something for them. Y'all are out here looking at all these people out here that got all this stuff. They got a better car than you. They got a bigger house than you. And you're asking how they got it. That's because some woman in that house, I guarantee you, I say contribute because your contribution doesn't necessarily mean going to work. A house mom can even be worth her weight in gold because she's patient. She cooks every day. She goes to pick the kids up over here. She cooks his meals every day so he's not spending money out. She started a little online business. She cleans a few houses over here on the weekends. She watches a few kids while she's at home. This is what women have always done, to contribute and bolster the foundation that their man created. But y'all talking about relaxing? What have you earned in your life to relax? Oprah can relax. Hell, Beyonce can relax. What have you done with your life that you deserve to relax? It's go time. If we really want to be real about it, y'all don't deserve to relax. The women that I'm talking about were more excellent. They worked harder. Daryl Brown says the mothers are not mothering in that way any longer, Mike. And that's the problem. That's the problem, sir. If you're not even worth your weight while you're home, if you're not even valuable while you're at home, why should a man want to be with you? Why should he break his back for you? You're a liability, not an asset. What I want to know from the people coming on today, what do you think about women paying bills? I believe when you come on, I want to know, is this the dynamic you have in your house? Is this something you expect? And I want to know, if you are somebody that does it, is your woman willing to live under what you provide? How long did she wait for your provision to get where it's at? Should women pay bills? No other ethnic group on earth asks such basic questions. Their women have to contribute. The first way you are described, if I'm not mistaken, in the Bible is help, support in any way possible. You should be supporting. If I need you to go to work, help me. It could just be for a season. Do y'all know something that's crazy? And I want to talk to my married people here, or my people who've been in long relationships with kids. That first 5 years, or I'm sorry, it doesn't even have to be 5 years. When your kids aren't in school, that is a trying time on any relationship or marriage. You don't know which way is up. Sometimes you just got out of school. You haven't got that promotion yet. And the bills come faster than the promotions. Daycare, at least a G. If both of y'all are working, y'all don't qualify for no, I don't even know what it's called. You don't qualify for no daycare assistance as no two-parent household, two-parent working household. You don't qualify for that. You paying for daycare over here, diapers over there, soy milk, baby formula. That is a trying time on any marriage or relationship. Talking about some, I just want to relax. Get the hell out of my house if that's what you're talking. We got to work. We got to grind. We got to work. Yeah, my baby drank soy. My wife's a vegetarian. She don't like milk. She's strong too. You should see her. And for those of you, another tip, soy milk, no gas. She wasn't a gassy baby at all. Just a tip while your baby keep crying in the middle of the night. That baby gassy. But boy, let me get my dudes on cam if you can, and I'm going to bring you up. We're going to get into this topic. What's going on? I'll bring you up first. Mr. Rich, how you doing?
All right. How you feel, man? Nice topic.
Good.
Another good topic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What do you got on it so far? What are your thoughts? Should women pay bills?
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, I know, I don't know how deep you want to go, but certainly the finances should be something that you work out with your prospective fiance even before you get married. How are you going to deal with that? I mean, it's got to be a long and detailed conversation. You can't wait to get married. You can't get married first and then try to talk about money, right? Because I break the women up between marriageable and unmarriageable. And a woman who's unwilling to participate from an income standpoint, whether she's paying the bills or not, it's unmarriageable. You know what I'm saying? That's a disqualified. Now, it depends on where you're stationed in life, right? If you're a rich man and you don't care about whether she has to contribute, but the vast majority of Americans need two incomes, right? And and even if you could pay all the bills, you're still not going to give a woman a pass where she could just spend all her money and do nothing with it. That's irresponsible. So when we get into the conversation, I can give you a chance. I'll let you know what I did if we get around to it, but I don't want to hog the thing right now. But we can talk about that later. It's up to you.
Excellent answer. You actually took. So you do believe that women do not want to financially contribute are unmarriageable.
Yeah, unmarriageable. Absolutely. It's especially for the average dude. Come on.
Yeah. So now we're getting into it. And remember, please tell them how long you've been married, sir. I don't even want to.
I've been married for 35 years. So I have a whole scenario about how me and the wife worked out finances and stuff like that. So we can get into that a little later. I mean, this is just it's up to you how you want to run it.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it. John the Baptist, what's up, my man?
What's going on to the panel today? How you doing, Trigger?
Oh, doing good. What you got on the topic, sir?
Yeah, women should pay bills. Women should be proactive in the marriage based on how the man determines his helpmate should help. How his helpmate should help him. If he needs her to go to work, then she goes to work. If he needs her to stay home and take care of the family, then she stay home and take care of the family. Whatever benefits, whatever vision he has and the purpose of getting his family there, then the role that he needs her to play in that vision, then she need to be willing to do that.
Absolutely. So this is good to note, and we definitely want to put a call out to women who want to come on the panel and let us know your perspective. But this is 3 married guys that just said women should pay bills. I don't believe by any means we are trying to impose anything on our partners that isn't traditional, because I think there's been a narrative out there that no, women don't pay, and women have always contributed in some way, shape, or form to their household and its viability and success. And I don't believe, and I think as Mr. Rich said, and I 100% agree with him, I don't believe a woman that wants to, like, that doesn't want to contribute at all is marriageable. Because if we look at the implications of what that leads to, imagine this: if you lose your job and she has the ability to go to work, she maybe she left her job recently and can do it. If she wants to leave, can we have a realistic? Can somebody let me know what's a realistic outcome after that for a woman who doesn't want to contribute? What will she do? What do you think, Mr. Rich?
She's going, man. She's going. Yeah, she might not even tell you. She just might not show up the next day, man. But she's out. There's no doubt about it. And even if you lose your job and a woman is working, sometime they leave. So there's no doubt. But listen, like I said, you shouldn't be married to a woman like that at all. Nobody should be. It's got to be part of your vetting process.
Indeed. What's going on, my man Dusto?
What's good? What's going on?
What's up? What's up? What you got on the topic, sir?
Everything is scalable. Put it this way. If you get married, I'm rocking with security boss, one pot. Take all your money, y'all should be doing everything together or working everything together. Scalability meaning there are a few women, they're solid 10s. They supermodels, they beautiful, they feminine, all that other stuff. If they say, I want to be a housewife, and they got multiple qualified candidates that are willing to make them a housewife, and that's the price they say, then that's here's what it is. They say, no, I want a man to pay all the bills. If they can attract it, then it is what it is. If they can't, then okay, they might have to do some work. Now, you're talking small percentage of people. I'm talking about, top 5% women. Mm-hmm. But for the rest of them, yeah, they should be paying some bills or doing whatever it is to make things work. On the other scale, in the manosphere, they'll just tell you, man, the average man making, because they always, make it some kind of robotic thing. If a man's making $38,600 a year, and the woman's obligated, she gotta, because of booty. No. It's all about what you can attract, what you can maintain as far as your woman, or whatever the woman can get and attract as a man. And then they make an agreement and decide to make it work or not. But let's be real. A woman telling a man, I don't want to pay any bills just to date you. And if she's not doesn't got 5 dudes waiting on the sideline with her, who just doesn't like you. That's why she wants you to pay the bills. Because that last dude that she was dealing with, he wasn't paying no bill. He paid some of them. But you tell this dude, yeah, you got to pay everything, she don't like you. Let's be real. That's all I got.
Got you. Appreciate that. So I got a question for the panel. We're going to go around. Let me ask this one first. Should women with debt be able to pay for it on their own? Not that you're going to make them, but have the ability. I mean, college debt, consumer debt, meaning credit card debt, back taxes, anything like that. Should women with debt be able to pay for it on their own? Mr. Rich, we'll start with you.
To me, that should just be part of the plan. Again, if they have the ability to pay that debt, we could work it out. Now, if it depends on the man. My man used the word scalable, right? It just depends. If she couldn't pay that debt when she was alone, she's not going to be able to pay that debt when she's with me, right? So it's got to work into the complete plan. So what I would do is look at her income and my income. And one of the mandates would be, if she comes with a lot of debt, just like you said, what would that do to impact us as a couple, right? Because once we get married, her debt is my debt, correct? In most states. So, I would say, okay, so over the next 5 years or 3 years, a certain portion of your income has to go automatically to pay off your debt until it's gone, without question, if it's possible. I mean, if she's coming in with $100,000, $200,000 worth of college debt, and she got a basket weaving degree or something like that, you gotta consider whether it's somebody you want to marry. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I don't care how much you love her. It's got to be part of the equation. And some guys, depending on, of course, men being weak and stuff, and she's pretty and all that kind of stuff, he might just do it because he wants access to what she has, sexually. I mean, let's just face it. But, guys make dumb decisions based on getting sex as well. So, but the real answer is whatever her debt is and whatever your debt is has to be part of the financial plan going forward. And if it's untenable, you got to make a decision whether she's marriageable or not. You just got to. And, so for the sake of this discussion, it's just got to be part of the plan.
Yep.
That's it.
So
ahead, Joe.
okay. So Mr. Payne, you're
Yes.
a lot smarter than I am. You're a lot smarter than I am.
I told
You
you
gave out too many math equations. I dropped out of school in second grade. We learned how to count. So I made it real simple for me. My
Okay.
math is real simple. If you got anything negative in your debt income ratio, can't do nothing with you
There you
because
go.
I'm too dumb to figure it out. I can't carry your weight and figure out what I got to go do going forward. So if you got any debt, before you say I do, they need to be gone. If you can't get rid of that before we get married, I can't carry you. Because you make me a risk. You showed me two things. You showed me that you probably didn't have a man in your life to show you how to get through school without paying debt, without avoiding debt. Which leads to the second thing is you probably won't listen to me when you get married to me. And I give you a prime example. My wife went to school, received her master's degree, and we've never been in debt for neither one of them. Now, I didn't say she couldn't get education. I just said we can't go in debt for it.
I hear you.
So how you smart guys that can figure out how to pay a woman debt off in so many years, and I'm too dumb to figure that out. I don't have time to figure it out. I'm a very, very simple man. I know 1 + 1 is 2. As far as I can go.
Well, the point is, if you can't figure it out, she's unmarriageable. I mean, we agree on that.
He figured it out. He figured his standard out real quick.
Actually,
That's cool. That's good.
All right, Scam Likely, what you got?
not
Should
necessarily.
women be able to pay for it, their debt on their own?
People should be able. I don't like the word should, because if we lived in a should world, the world wouldn't look the way it does. Let's be real. People ain't doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not. They're not going to do it. However, just me personally. Now, everybody has their own preference. Some people, finance is a big thing. Me, fitness is a big deal. Woman's 120 and can compete with me around the track. I'll pay some debt. She said, I'll be in the gym. I'll be looking right. She's 10, 15 years younger than me and can make it up in other areas. I'll cut the check. I'll contribute to 70, 80, 90% of paying off that debt. It's about debt to reward. Now, there's some kind of reward. I'm going to cut the check. Let's be real. Or if the choice is that, or a woman who can pay all this, got this, but they're masculine, their attitude ain't right, or, overweight, that ain't gonna work for me. But I can't tell somebody else what to want or what to pay with their money and in their own house. So that's just my opinion. I cut the check for fitness.
Gotcha. AP, what's going on, my man? Good morning. Hey, AP, you there? Think I hear
I'm
you
here.
somewhere.
Sorry about that. I was switching. It was switching on the network.
Gotcha.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So first, I want to say that all of that stuff, everything we're talking about, picking up a girl on debt and all of this other stuff, it just simply needs to be discussed. And I'm gonna give you guys some examples here in just a moment. Finance, yes.
Did you cut out, AP? You there? Oh, I think you cut out.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, for a second.
Look,
Okay. Sorry. Y'all can hear me now, though.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. On the original question, should men pay bills? This is
No.
how, hold on. This is how I did it, or am doing it. Let me rephrase. So what we did was don't get with somebody who is already not a functioning adult. Meaning that person has their own place, you have your own place. Don't move in together, A, without a plan, and B, until you're married. Because you can run into other issues outside of this conversation, or or are likely to run into other issues that are outside of this conversation, and you don't really want that either.
My bad. It got hot in here. Need to go turn the fan on. All right. Dropping knowledge on us. And I do appreciate. So the people need real life examples. I mean, y'all have heard it. We've all been on YouTube. This is one of the most, muddled up YouTube talking points, just straight talking point, no detail, no realism behind it at all. So I appreciate everybody giving the real, this is how I did it, this is how we do it type of narrative. Because, or how your parents did it, or the things you've seen to achieve success. Because that's what actually needs to happen. Not only do we need to teach the young brothers what to do, we need to break the delusion of some of these women and what they think they should be doing. So Blake Holmes, welcome, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Podcast, go ahead and cam up real quick. Then it's a new backdrop there. I don't know who. All right, go ahead. What do you got on the topic, Mr. Blake Holmes? I see. Should women with debt be able to pay for it on their own?
I would say so, yeah, because they accumulated it before you even met them. So, I mean, I don't consider it to be my responsibility to pay it. To be perfectly honest, to be blunt about it, I really don't. I mean, would I help her? It depends on what type of woman she is. Like, if she has different qualities that I value, then I'd probably be more inclined to help her. But I wouldn't just look to help her right off the bat. I would try to see what she's doing for herself in order to eliminate that before I step in, to be honest. Because you got to think about it. A lot of times women these days want traditional men, but they're modern women. So you can't have it both ways. That's just how I look at it.
That's an excellent point.
I mean, it just is what it is. And I can see if she was an excellent homemaker, if she cooked for you all the time and, met the requirements that you require in a woman. Now, if she did that, then I would be more inclined to help her. But if she was like more of on her own, on her own path, and she just kind of like trying to play both sides of the fence, then I feel like I'm being taken advantage of, if that makes sense.
Yep. I
feel like I'd be more of a benefit to her than she would be to me, in other words.
I see. That is I would say that's how most men are going to feel. A lot of men that get caught up in these talking points about what they should be doing, then realize a woman doesn't want to live under your provision. She wants you to stretch yourself, and she will disparage you. She will talk down to you if you don't work second shift all the time to provide for her luxuries, right? So you're going to break your back thinking that it's for something substantial, thinking it's for savings or, so y'all can buy a home. No, some women want you to finance their luxury. And that, I think that's where you see most men start to be taken advantage of. And like, we're not building anything. I'm just putting extra fancy stuff on your back. I'm not down with this. Right? Because then you got to look at your homeboys that are doing it the right way. You got to get invited to housewarming parties at their big ass houses. And you're like, what's going on here? This is crazy. All right.
That's actually a
great
great
podcast.
Yeah.
What up,
That's
podcast?
actually what's going on, JB. What's going on? A Pilzo in the building. My main man, Trigger Mike. Blake
What's
Holmes,
up
I
with
see.
your little podcast?
Man, listen, bro. Came to Chicago, got sick, but I'll be all right.
Better
Chicago
weather.
got that new C19. It's called Chicago 19. But man, that was actually a super great point that you just made. And when I saw the title of the video, I said, yo, I can't watch this. I gotta be a part of this. Because I most definitely believe that women should pay bills. But my belief, I'm not sure if my belief is based on like what I innately believe or if it's just based on my experience of the world. If I live in a world where the women are seeing, and I've watched them for multiple decades scream about equality, then that equality has to be stretched across the board. As I always say, what I really think women want is privilege, not equality. They want the privilege to determine when they're equal, when they're superior, and when they're the weaker vessel, right? So if we're fighting, wait, I'm the weaker vessel. You're a woman. You should never hit me, right? But then at the same time, let me be a police officer and beat on you, handcuff you. Let me get equal pay. But then at the same time, I'm a woman, so I'm really more superior than you. I think better than you. I'm more emotionally connected than you. Decisions should run through me, right? So that's what I really believe is that they want privilege. But at the end of the day, as long as you keep wrapping that privilege up in equality, then I think you should be willing to pay bills. I think you should be willing to contribute to the household, right? Now, that's not me saying I have a problem with, people who have relationships where the woman is a stay-at-home mom, housemaker, housewife, whatever you want to call it. But then my issue with that, again, falls under the line of equality. Because if you're a woman and you do the same job as a man, you don't want to be devalued on that job because you're a woman, and you don't want to be underpaid on that job because you're a woman. And yet, somehow, if a man is doing the same job a woman does, all of a sudden he gets devalued, right? So when we think of a homemaker or a stay-at-home parent, we think of a woman, right? And if you talk to women, they will tell you in a heartbeat, oh man, there's no way to quantify how much a housewife contributes to the house. Oh, she's just so great for the house. The house couldn't function without her. Oh man, everything she does by being a stay-at-home mom. Now put that man in that situation. You bum, you're no good, lazy, laying up on the couch, want to live off of a woman bum. All of a sudden, washing the dishes, sweeping and mopping the floors. All of a sudden, putting DVDs in the DVD player for the babies. All of a sudden, that ain't nothing when a man is doing it. But when a woman is doing it, it's just this great thing, right? So it's like, yeah, you want equality. I'm gonna treat you equally. If you do a crime, I want you to go to jail and do the same amount of time as a man would do. You know what I'm saying? I want everything to be equal. If the ship is going down, not the women first, everybody get off. Whoever's standing in line, just get in line. We all get off at the same time. Let's do equality for real. Or you can be honest and just say, nah, what I really want is privilege. And then we can just shun the whole thing and realize that you don't make good choices. And we can go back to doing how the men have it set up. Because that seemed to work pretty well back in the day. You muted, Trey.
Not one lie told, bro. Put that very succinctly. I appreciate that. AP,
but
you there?
Trigger Mike, before you go,
I am now.
On that
Yeah.
point, isn't that the natural nature of a woman to be like that? You know
It
what I'm
is.
saying? You know, I wouldn't even be. I'm not surprised that they have that kind of cognitive dissonance in terms of what they want things to be as opposed to the way they are. I mean, the privilege versus equality thing is prevalent across the board with women, right?
Yeah,
That's
I think
part of
the only difference is that men, especially powerful men, were never stupid enough to give it to them.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's the order to the chaos, right? Men are the order to the chaos, right? So women are. So if you're leading, you even out that kind of thought process with the women by giving them the direction that they need to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And the more powerful you are as a man in terms of your provision, the easier that should be. That the easier that will be. Let me put it that way. If you're an average guy and your woman is working, then she thinks she has more say, right? I mean, it's just kind of natural. And so it's harder to, if you're not the right kind of leader and you have the wrong kind of woman, it'll be harder to put that mindset correctly with her. Again, that's part of your vetting process. You got to know where you are and the kind of woman you want.
Indeed. All right, AP, what you got on the questions?
Okay, what's that question, Mr. Trigger?
Should women with debt be able to pay for it on their own?
Yes. Yes, it's the debt that they acquired. That to me is without question. As a matter of fact, if you're going to get married, you need to prenup. That is her, just like your debt is your debt.
I was going to say, you cutting out. The word that I heard, I think was the word that I was supposed to hear, which is prenup. You said prenup?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So you heard all the way up to prenup, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So, yes, get a prenup. Get that put in because you can. Trust me, I know. And your debt is yours. Her debt is hers. And as Arpain was talking about, it's all about vetting. It's all about having those difficult conversations with your woman. If you don't have those difficult conversations, they're going to come up as brutal arguments later. Stop moving in with each other. You don't do that until you get married. And before you get married, you have to have these conversations. Men, have the conversation. What's the worst that can happen? Y'all go opposite directions? Guess what? You were destined for opposite directions before the conversation. If you get married without having the conversation, you lose.
Oh, yeah. Had a conversation. It's cheap up front.
And it's really that simple. We make things too complicated. And I also believe that we change our language, the way we move. When I say our language, I mean the words we speak. The way we move because of a female. We need to stop doing that. That's not leading. You can't lead from the back. This is like unless you're a wolf. But I don't like to compare humans to other animals. Like that's crazy to me. Or cars. Whenever I hear that shit, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, I digress. Yes, the woman is responsible for her debt.
Hey, I got a question for you. But go ahead.
Sir.
Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead. Ask your question, Dustin.
Would you agree that 80-90% of the world, the modern woman, run the show? Would you agree?
Run the show?
Yeah.
80-90%. No, I don't. Because I look at it like this. If it can be taken away, you're not really running anything. Like you don't make any calls. So if whomever gave you power, whomever gave you authority can say, you know what? I'm tired of it. And they take it away, that means you didn't have it to begin with.
Yep.
Do men listen more and heed the advice of women more? Yes. But I don't think that they have real true power. Because at the end of the day, men can take it away anytime that they choose to. When I say they, I mean we.
I agree with that.
That's my sentiment as well. Like when we say women run the show, we're essentially saying women have power. Women have no power. It's literally a facade. It's all a facade. So the second, like men in order to take back, like if we're gonna actually get the position back, it's really just powerful men running everything and allowing women to do what they're doing. That's it. Women do not own one self-sustaining financial institution, corporate, anything. They don't own it by themselves, in which the primary beneficiary, meaning the money, comes solely back to a woman. A man owns everything. So that's what power is. That's what influence is. Even the influence it seems like women have is still given to them by a man. The second men are like, nope. And it's just the benevolence of men that's stopping it from happening. Okay, because men want to see their kids, so they don't want to piss women off. Men want to so you just don't want to piss women off. But even if men like decide that most people are going to become casualties and say, I ain't dealing with none of it. I ain't paying child support. I ain't doing all this. We're going on strike. We're not doing nothing until y'all sit y'all ass down. The world will change in 1 week.
Can I say this about debt?
Not gonna happen.
My grandfather told me a very simple lesson when it come to debt, and wasn't the smartest man, but he was the wisest thing I ever heard man say. When it comes to debt, you got to make more money than you spend. That's it. Somebody pulled out in front of me. Sorry about that, fellas.
We heard that.
Yeah.
But I got another question for the panel. All right.
Like I was saying,
you know I be throwing some curveballs. All right. If your woman makes more money, or if a woman makes more money than her man, what should the arrangement be? Mr. Rich, you go first. Think about that one, y'all.
Well, even with that, I mean, it's to me, I don't think the arrangement should change. Okay, even if your woman makes, and of course, it depends on the degrees, right? If your woman makes, $100 grand more than you, first of all, she might not even want to marry you, right? That's number one. But number two, if she does, then there's something about her. Let's just keep it middle class. There's something about you that says her money, even though it's an accomplishment for her, she still should be willing to put it under your leadership. And before you marry her, there's something you need to say. There's a conversation you'll need to have on how we're going to work this out. Right? Because if I would imagine you could sustain your own life and you just happen to land a woman like a doctor or something like that. So you might definitely going to have to take more of the household chores if she's working hard to make that kind of bread. I mean, if it's like within 10% more than you and all that, there shouldn't be no question. You should just be the leader, right? But if it's a whole lot more and she marries you, then she's already acquiescing to your leadership in some fashion, right? And of course, this is scalable. If it's like a Nicki Minaj and the guy who should be in jail that she's married to, he has no say whatsoever. So it just depends. But if you're a regular dude and your woman makes more than you, I don't think anything really changes, because you should vet her the same way you vet somebody else. How are we going to deal financially in this kind of arrangement? I remember there was a little push, real quick, where they were trying to get men to be house husbands, right? The woman goes out, makes the money, so we don't have to pay daycare, and the man stays home with the kids and put the fake titties on and let them, suck out of the nipples and all that shit. That stuff doesn't work, because now you're completely against the nature of man and woman. So that died a horrible death, right? No man can stay home, let his woman go to work, make the money, get chased around the desk by alpha males, come home, you're asking her for milk money and shit, and then you're going to be the king in the bedroom at night. That shit's not going to work. So we know that doesn't work. So men always have to be on their game, regardless of how much money the woman makes. That's just me.
Agreed. All right, John the Baptist. If a woman makes more money than her man, what should the arrangement be?
If a woman makes more money than her man, what should the arrangement be?
Yep.
Well, you asking for me, or you asking me to speak for all other men?
Just in general.
Okay.
Yep.
The answer's gonna be the same. The answer's gonna be the same, so it'll make a difference. Uh, so if she wants to be married, if she makes more money, the expectation doesn't change. Um, my position doesn't change. I'm still the head. I'm still the leader. You can make that money, bring that money to me, and I'm decide what we're gonna do with it. Because if it can't be worked out that way, then you can't be married to me. So the expectation for me doesn't change based on how much money the woman makes. If she makes $1 million, I make $1,000. It's a blessing for me. It's a blessing for us. But according to the position of the beliefs that I hold, it's you have to submit to me, and that doesn't change. I don't care how much money you make.
Okay. Dusto,
But
what you got on it?
I will say
Yeah.
this though, she probably would marry me because of what I just said.
That's right.
She might marry you. Like women get caught up in love and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They get caught up in situations real easy. Behind love. I mean, if we really want to test this theory out, go line up 100 women that are single moms and tell them to call their baby daddies outside. You'll see how much they don't care about a man's ability to provide. All right, Dusto.
That's
Um,
points.
huh?
One of my responses, but it's I don't know. I'm just not with the auction mentality. If a man makes 36.8 thousand, then he gets 4.7 gallons of femininity. It's not auction. It's reality. Why is she making more money? At what cost does she? At what cost, as far as time, energy, whatever, does it take for her to make the money? What is the money for? Why is she
True.
making it? What was the original agreement? Why did the agreement change? How is it going to affect the family if there is a family? It's not just if she makes more than this. There's a lot more to it than that. What's the plan? How long for? Is she going to be traveling? Does she need an extra car? Does she make more money doing nothing? I mean, it's a lot more to it. But the women overall shouldn't be changing that much because of money. All money does expose who she really was or what she really believes and what she feels about you. Money's nothing but exposure. That's all I got.
Bet. Little podcast. If she makes more money, what's the deal?
Pardon me. I mean, I've experienced this multiple points in my life. I mean, the short answer is it doesn't change anything. I don't think that even matters to me. The dynamic in a relationship between a man and a woman to me shouldn't have anything to do with money. The reason why is because how long has money been around? Right? Like we had all those years where we did what we did and it didn't involve money, right? And people want to equate that to what did we call it back then, like hunting and gathering or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't, right? Because at the end of the day, hunting and gathering, basically, you could call that being an entrepreneur, right? You went out, you hunted, you gathered, you brought it back to the family, and then everybody did what they did. But in this day and age, the whole world has been monopolized. You know what I'm saying? Everything you need. You want some fruit, you want some vegetables, you want some meat, you want some clothes, you want some water, everything has been monopolized, right? So at the end of the day, the difference is now we have to work for other people. And they have not, even in America, which is probably at this point one of the only real complaints that I have about America, is that not everybody is well off. And I think they should be in America, right? But that's just not the case. So when you look at the average earned income for people, it's not average because they're necessarily doing average work, right? It's average because that's how that we pay people in this country. And so if you look at what the women are saying now, what they're really saying is, we want luxury lifestyle. This is in tune with what Trigger was saying earlier. We want a luxury lifestyle, and what you make on average isn't enough for me to have a luxury lifestyle depending on you. The tripped out thing is what they make on average isn't enough for them to also have a luxury lifestyle, right? So guess what though? If we combine those incomes, we get closer, right, to being able to have a more luxury lifestyle. And then if once we work and we do investments and we get into real estate and all kind of other things, create other streams of income, maybe a YouTube channel, something to speak of, we can get closer to having that luxury lifestyle. But at the end of the day, if what you're focused on is the fact that during this building process, you make more than I do. I make 17, you make 20. So you mad? That don't even make sense because you wanted equality. And now in your own household, you got more than equality, right? You make more than me. So now you shouldn't, if another woman says, well, on average, the men, it's a wage gap and all this other crap, right? It's like, nah, that's not necessarily true, right? Excuse me, y'all. But like I said, I've been in this situation, and believe me, I went through it. I went through the whole, when I didn't have no job at all and I was a stay-at-home dad, and my baby mom was very verbally abusive, emotionally abusive. When I had a job, but I wasn't making as much money and I was only working part-time, and my girlfriend was giving me the sloppiest sex you could ever have. You know what I'm saying? As punishment for the fact, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't making more money and couldn't contribute more to the bills. You know what I mean? Even to the point where, they get verbally disrespectful and even physically violent. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't feel as though they should be the main provider in the household. And it took me a long time to get my woman to understand that our relationship couldn't be built on money. It's just no way that it'll ever be built on money. If you're gonna be with me, waiting on me to take over, it's never gonna happen. What you need to be doing is trying to build with me. You're doing what you're doing. If I'm not around, you're gonna be doing the same thing. So do it now, right? And then just listen to me as I tell you what to do with yours, while I try to get mine together and then put mine together. Then once we actually build and get to a point where we can retire each other. You know what I'm saying? Not me retiring you, not you retiring me, but we retiring each other because we built up something and we get to move forward with it. And then I don't have to worry about if I go, you taking what I built and giving it to the next dude because he got a six pack and he can grow dreadlocks. Like, you know what I'm saying? You'll be way more appreciative of this thing because we built it. You see what I'm saying? Versus you just.
That's my next question. Don't go too far
into that. Go ahead.
That's the next question. So don't want you
to
blow it up and give your answer away. AP, you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes. If your woman makes more money, if a woman makes more money than her man, what should the arrangement be?
Okay, so I listened to all the guys and I actually agree, but here's some little nuances that we got to discuss. Is she making more when I met her? If she's making more when I met her, then we've already had these conversations, because any relationship that's built on money is built to fail. And yes. I'm not looking to fail. So we've already had the conversations about how money will look in our relationship. Secondly, if she started to acquire more money after we got together, then I likely helped her build to that, because my job is to continuously pour into my woman. If you're not pouring into your woman, then that again is another relationship that's doomed to fail. So if we're looking at it after the fact, it is something that we've already prepped for. The house is already ready for. So like you don't really change anything. So I don't think any relationship that's built on a foundation of financial resources is just not going to succeed. It needs to be deeper than that. You need to tap into her intellect. You need to tap into pieces of her that no one else can tap into. Like, that's the only way I believe that you can have a successful marriage, where you don't have little things thrown back in your face, like I'm making $290,000 now, nigga. What now? No, that should never come up. It should never come up. Now, at the beginning, if you say you get, would you get with a woman or vet a female that makes more money than you? Put that in part of the conversation, so you know whenever you when you say I do and she say I do, that is not going to impact your relationship. It's a lot of this has to do with us running from these conversations or just simply not having them. Like she make more money than me, I'm gonna keep moving how I move. No, bro, if you don't have the conversation, then she's gonna expect you at some point to start leveling up. And if you're not willing to level up, then you're gonna lose that female. Furthermore, if she doesn't fit into your plan in the way you want things to go, then she's also not. Y'all shouldn't be together. Like you should go ahead and nip that in the bud. And like, all right, boo, this was fun. I'm glad I got the opportunity to know you. But we drag stupid stuff out. Like, yeah, I know this isn't gonna work, but I'm gonna drag this out for the next 3 years. Stop doing that. Stop wasting time. And we do that far too often. So, to answer the question, it goes back to my original point. Have the conversation. Have the conversation. Can she get on board with your plan? If she can, then y'all Gucci. If you can't, then y'all go on your separate ways.
I'm hearing a lot of people saying if money is the determining factor in your marriage, you're dumb. That's what I'm hearing. It's doomed for failure. All right, Enter Black Dragon, welcome. Good afternoon to you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. And the discussion is quite interesting because having lived this life, I've been through it. When you're unemployed, you have your ups and downs. 2001, I was working at Walmart. Then 9/11 happened, so a lot of people lost their jobs back then. I was one of them, obviously. So I was long-term unemployed during that time, and my girlfriend at the time, who's my babe, my daughter's mother. She had to kind of hold it down. She had a part-time job. She was paying all the bills while I was still paying the rent. But after a certain period of time, I believe women start to change their feelings about the man that they're with and their socioeconomic condition that they're in. Yes, they want us to somehow self-activate to get a job, even no matter how hard it is. You can put in 1,000 applications a day.
It's not that hard.
Well, still, not during the time that I'm talking about. This is 20 years ago. We're not talking about 2023. So there are it really wasn't a gig economy back then. You actually had to go in, apply, do the whole 9 yards. So when you are living with a female, though, who is paying most of the bills or does have a job or can sustain one, they do feel a certain type of entitlement over the man, saying, hey, this is me working, providing, paying all the bills. And with this kind of power comes a certain type of authority that they'd like to exercise. So then comes a change in tone. And then with that comes the disrespect. And it kind of goes downhill from there. If you don't hurry up and get a job and get yourself back together, or if you don't think of some kind of way to make some kind of extra income to kind of outcompete. It shouldn't be a competition in a relationship, but it kind of is. When you were talking about earlier about how you've had these discussions, I would hope you'd have these discussions during kind of like the courting or the dating period. Like, what would happen if you started making more money than me? Are you going to lose respect for me? Have you been in that situation before? So there's just a lot of conversations that need to be had. And you were right. This is one of them, kind of the what if scenarios when you're looking for a long-term partner in references to dating or marriage. Only because I've been through that situation and I know how it turns out, and it really turns out ugly a lot of the time.
Appreciate that. And like I said, this is the realism that we need to talk about because it's lived experience, right? So you would talk about what you went through at a time that's really most men's story, right? Like where I come from, everybody's either in the Navy, right, where I'm from in Virginia, or works at the shipyard, like shipbuilding, something. They do massive layoffs at a time. Massive layoffs. One day everything good, you got your new Charger, got rims, everything laid off. You see it on the news, like, damn. Then you read it on Facebook, like, oh man, my boy out here doing bad. His woman got to hold it down for a few months. He's doing whatever odd job until they start hiring again. It's literally a fact of life. Most people go through it. Those people from the Midwest, those GM factory where all these people, Ford, they go through it. It a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I think mentally it's something people need to be prepared for in a marriage or relationship. The getting is good for most men. And in fact, it's our loyalty to these things that actually bites us in the ass.
Can I
Because
say
when
why
men
women switch up, please?
hold on real quick. When men dedicate themselves to something or a job or whatever, they're extremely loyal to it. So they become susceptible because they haven't switched up. They're doing it for the provision of their family, so the babies can have benefits till they turn 18, all of that. And they can turn around and they just let you go. So that needs to be that's something so I appreciate your point on that. Go ahead, Anna. Troll the hell out of us for 2 minutes, please.
I am not a troll. First off, I want to say, I don't know why Junior never put the link in the chat, but I haven't spoken to him in so long. Like, he never, every time it's his week, he never like, he always have his people up there, but there's never a link for other people to join the panel. But yeah, I just want to say hi to Junior if he is listening. But anyway, just women feel like it feels like the man is no longer trying. Like, he became super lazy, and he doesn't want to provide for the family no more. Like, there's so many jobs out there. There's so many, even if you got to work at McDonald's for a little bit to even pay some bills, that's better. How my grandmother said, a job is better than no job. You know what I mean? So yeah, if your woman now have to pick up all the pieces because you can't even get a job at McDonald's or anything, then yeah, she's going to feel like, I'm paying all the bills and you're not even paying half of it. So like, yeah, she's going to get very annoyed when you start asking things like, hey baby, can you cook for me? That's like the ultimate disrespect. Like, that's so disrespectful. Like, I'm working 16 hours, paying all of the bills while you're sitting on the couch with your stanky socks on, and I come through the door and you've been home all day and you ask me to cook. Boy, bye. You better be cooking for me. You better be washing my drawers. Like, you better, the roles are reversed when you are out of a job and you're no longer providing for your family. So yeah, things are going to switch up. I could just imagine, like, you asking her to do stuff that you used to. Now, I don't mind holding it down. I can see if a woman hold it down for a little bit. That's fine. Latinas do it all the time. But like with their Mexican men, they get up and they don't even care if it's McDonald's. They're gonna work. Like, they're not gonna be out of a job for months. I can't. The fact that you were out of a job for a very long time, for months. Heck yeah, she's not going to respect you no more. It's no respect because you just like exit out of helping out. Financial is very big when it comes down to life in general, whether you're with a
Mike,
family
did
or
you
not.
change the question?
In order to live.
Fellas,
Did you change the question?
Yo, Thundercats, I know y'all about this.
No.
I just want to know, did you change the question?
No.
I'm asking this. I'm answering the guy next to me. That's what we're talking about. What he was talking about right now.
Anna, I got a question. Hold on. I got a question for you. So do you believe what you just said, the scenario that you just displayed for us? Do you think that's what most men do when they lose their job? Or even most black men?
It's not most, a lot of men. It's not most, but a lot of men literally, instead of, they thought, I'm looking for a job, that they be out of a job for months. It literally, you can quit, you can literally get fired. I have done it before. I've been fired, let go, and 2 weeks later, I have a whole nother job. Like, because I'm filling out applications back to freaking back. Like, there's no way I'm out of a job for months. Okay, like, nah, boo, you lazy. That's what it is. There's so many jobs out there, so many opportunities.
I'll half agree with you. The reason why I half agree is because if a man goes to find an odd job, like something he's not really qualified to do, like McDonald's or something, if he got fired, if he quit a job, he needs to go find another job immediately. If he voluntarily quit, But men who did not get fired, men who got fired or laid off, they qualify for unemployment. And if they go to work, they don't no longer get unemployment. So do you believe that a man who got laid off shouldn't spend time trying to find something with equal benefits that he was bringing
Okay, so
before?
if he's still getting some type of income, then that changes the whole scenario.
Yeah, because you're only talking about a group of men and the way they're unemployed. That's the distinction I'm trying to make. If he voluntarily quit, he does not get unemployment.
So the guy next to me, was he still getting income or like?
He said
you get unemployment. You get laid off. You get unemployment.
Okay, then I feel like you should take that time to figure out a better paying job or maybe the same. You know what I mean? But
hang on. How old are you?
I am 23 and I'm not wifey material. I'm a stripper.
Okay, so this is before you're even born. This yeah. It's okay. It's okay I'm glad you were able to come up and express your opinion about what men should do when they're unemployed for long term. But this is what we're talking about. What I'm talking about, my whole experience, everything is something before you came onto planet Earth. It's
like what, for an example? Because everything that's going on today is going on.
Where you weren't even. I don't think you were around during 9/11. So you don't know the economy and the situation that I was in during 9/11. Millions of people lost their job and were unemployed for years.
I mean, coronavirus, a lot of people lost their jobs too.
Let's not get off topic though. Let me just add this though, Trigger Mike.
Yes, sir.
Forget about the specific example. The essence of what she's saying is absolutely true, right? If a woman is holding down a man, now we're starting to go against nature, right? Mm-hmm. She could only do that for so long. I don't care if we had a conversation before. If she's a ride or die, whatever that might mean, there's still a time limit to that. Because if a woman's out there working and you're home, even if you're not lazy, if the burden of the bills start to pile on her, she starts to lose some of her femininity and some of her essence. I mean, it just happens, so I'm not even
then she's coming home from a long shift.
Hold on for a second, because I'm almost kind of on your side on the essence of what you're saying instead of poking at one person specifically. It's just a natural thing. And matter of fact, every man understands this as well. Yeah. Right? Because if we're working and we're the kind of guys who want to bring home the bacon, it's part of our pride, it's part of our provision.
Yeah.
If our woman is holding it down for us, we know there's a clock on that because we don't feel good. Forget about her changing. We start to not feel like a man,
Right.
So that's from that standpoint, Anna, you're absolutely correct. But I wouldn't call the guy lazy and all that. It's all situational. But the essence.
I think it's pretty lazy if I come home from a 16-hour shift and he didn't cook anything.
I'm trying to be on your side, but let me tell you, if I had to do that and I was unemployed, my woman, if she's out working, she would come home to a home cooked meal. So, but that's not because I'm special, because I would understand, right? So most men will understand if she's holding them down, he'll do a few extra things until he gets back out on the street. So most men ain't going to just be with their dirty socks on playing video games. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Them dirty white hang socks.
Anyway,
right, so
go ahead, Trigger Mike.
We're gonna get to my man. Let me get to my answer, then we'll get to my man CEO DMP. Just came in the house. What's up? Good afternoon, bro. All right. So this particular question that we're on right now: if a woman makes more money, what should the arrangement be? The reason why we need to tweak, remember I said in the monologue that circumstances have changed, therefore times have changed, therefore circumstances must too. Do we not realize that the very reason we're able to ask this question, it's a consequence of women getting exactly what they asked for?
Mm-hmm.
You got what you asked for. You realize the gender pay gap is not real now. A lot of them get into the workforce and realize it. They just use it as a talking point to spear and get more for men. You went to college to compete for jobs. Sometimes you get jobs and opportunities that men don't get, or you get that opportunity over a man, which means that you may level up quicker than a man. You got everything you asked for in society. I'm not saying that means a woman should be comfortable paying all the bills or paying all the mortgage or anything like that. What I'm saying is you better get comfortable with the dynamic being switched for a longer period of time than women 100 years ago were, because you got what you asked for. So if he does lose his job and y'all are equally yoked, it takes 1 month per every $10,000 you hope to acquire in salary. So if he made $60,000, it might take him 6 months to find a $60,000 job. These are the realities of the situation that people aren't noticing. Because Anna's saying go get a job at McDonald's. Okay, what? I'm a healthcare administrator by trade. The hell do I look like working at McDonald's?
Facts.
Hey, Trigger
I
Mike.
mean, people with your job typically have like 3 months saved
If
up.
I'm getting unemployment, I might as well add that to the pot while I'm perfecting my resume. Even take that money to improve my resume. Go out to these networking events. Call the veterans job helpline. Do all that stuff. Takes time out of your day.
Yeah, definitely. And normally, guys, like,
I'm not done with my part yet.
I love you.
Right. So this, I don't even know what to say. All right. So this is a consequence of high achieving women. It's not that a man is always going to want to do better for you. All right, I heard some thunder. I might cut out. Hey, podcast, if I cut out, take over for me real quick till I get back. All right. So
Trigger Mike. Well, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me finish my joint, then we'll go on after that.
All
You
right.
got to understand the man you marry. That's another thing. The man that you're with, what is his work ethic? You know he's not a bum. If you do make more, we also have to acknowledge what are the circumstances behind her making more? Do you not realize that some women make more because that's how their man set it up? Do you not realize some women make more? I told y'all the story that my uncle held down the house while his wife went to medical school. He didn't stop her. He knew she was about to get a whole bag and a half. While he worked on setting up, he used the money she got from her residency to set up his international shipping company. Now he's the millionaire. I told you they don't keep score. They don't keep score. They just plan. Facilitate the dream. Take the income. Build on it. This is the reality of the situation. You see this, the extreme scenario we might be talking about here is from Acrimony. Somebody brought that up last time from that movie where she's the one with all the money, and that's the extreme of the situation where he just at home doing nothing. Very few dudes do that without actually having a job. We have to facilitate our dreams while we work. That's the reality of the situation. Unlike what Anna said, that's not common. Most men will contribute in some way, shape, or form and do whatever they need to contribute. How the hell you think so many Uber drivers got out here? You think these are full-time workers? A lot of these dudes got laid off and they got a car. First thing smoking. That you could start Uber in a day, can't you? Like in 2 days, you could become an Uber driver making income. But go ahead, Dustin. I know you want to say something.
No, I'm just gonna say you're proving my point. Because everybody, when I said modern women control 80%, no, because we strong men's is. Then here you go with the women are taking over. They're they're closing the gap. The women are taking the jobs. The men got to make the money. Got to do what the woman says. You're proving the point.
I didn't say none of that. Stop it.
And anytime a modern woman comes on the panel, it can be a regular conversation. They say something reckless. All people flock to everything that modern woman said to go prove and compete. We got to compete against these modern women. We make more. We got this. Yes, they run 80%. They run 80% of the YouTube panels. Probably 90% of that. Modern woman says something, all the men start dancing. Modern woman says this, men start simping. Modern woman says that, dudes will beef with each other to fight for the modern woman. And these same very dudes, let's be real. For every one productive man, there's 4 or 5 simp dusty crusties. That's just what it is. There's some average men out there. Yeah, I'm just laughing because she even knows what this is. She gets a kick out of it. I'll leave it at that. A small percentage.
Right, my man, CEO.
80%, they run this.
Good afternoon, CEO, DNP.
All right, all the brothers and the sister.
Do you want to comment on the topic in general, or do you want to answer the question currently on the table?
I was kind of. Can you give me the question one more time?
Absolutely. If a woman makes more money than her man, what should the arrangement be?
It might sound like I'm being funny, but if a woman makes more money than man, really nothing changes. It doesn't change at all. Like it goes into one pot. It's part of the household. But like as being in control, I'd make sure if she making more money, that extra it get brought to me directly. So it's not going on shoes. It's not being mismanaged, mishandled. You know what I'm saying? Misdealt with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only thing that I would worry about. Other than that, nothing changes. Gender roles don't change. That's not what make men. Pieces of paper don't make men. Men create money. You know what I'm saying? We literally come up with the designs. We literally chop down the trees. So when people think that these women are getting this thing, that if I'm able to acquire a little bit more of these pieces of paper than him, somehow we got to start go back to the drawing board and question who's the man in the relationship. We got to be careful for all that stuff, because you can have more money than me. That in no way, shape, or form makes you more responsible, more intelligent, more competent, more capable. But nothing.
I mean, to be technical, if you was responsible, let's be honest. Can I ask her something? If he was responsible, then why didn't you have 3 months saved up in advance? Like my father, he worked at the steel mill. When he got fired and let go from his job, he had at least 3 months saved up. So if you want to talk about responsibility, bruh, come on.
All right.
You can't be responsible of someone else's.
I muted your mic for a reason, Anna. You just cut him off. All right, let him respond.
I mean, I don't know where she's coming with the 3 month thing. That I don't see how that applies to what I was talking about. I don't know if she was talking to one of the other brothers, but I don't even understand where that's coming from.
Well, how are you going to be responsible with someone else's money?
Anna, let him finish.
My only comment, the only comment that I made in response to does something change with her making more money, was that one, nothing changes. Two, that if she does get a job and let's say she get a raise, she makes more money. That extra money, hey, I need to make sure that you're not thinking you can just go blow this money off and spend it however it's still for the family, still how the whole towards the household, and still goes toward the greater good. I don't see where you got the man should have 3 months. That doesn't apply to what I said.
Because that's called responsibility. You have a plan B set up. So if you ever lose your job, you save up your own money.
How does that apply to what I said, though?
Because you can't be responsible of someone else's money when you can't even be responsible for your own. That does matter.
When did I say anything about being responsible?
No,
I mean,
we can't allow you to gaslight the situation. That's not what he said. During your response, if you want to rebut, you can add. Go ahead, finish up, CEO.
Now I hear what she's saying, the whole 3 months thing, but I'm just saying, like, even with her conduct, okay, let's say she makes more money, but she don't know how to behave. You know what I'm saying? She just luckily got a good job. She don't even know how to apply common sense. I didn't say nothing about 3 months being said. That doesn't apply to me. See how I'm saying? Money, your income doesn't have nothing to do with your maturity, your intelligence, your capability, your competency. So therefore, I go out and get a job and it pays me 60. You go out.
Well, you shouldn't be with a woman if she's not intelligent or responsible, in my opinion.
Well, a lot of women out here will tell you they're intelligent, competent, but they don't know how to keep themselves muted. So it's like, you know, just the point that I'm trying to say is that you go out and you get a job and it's 60,000, right? And I got a job and my job is only 40,000. Tell me how you bringing in a little more of those pieces of paper make you somehow the leader? Because I'm not, like, how does that determine your leadership qualities, your ability to lead the household, run the household, protect the children, protect me, protect yourself? How does just you making a greater income?
Hey, I want to put this in perspective. Let's just say if me and you were together, like me and you, and we live in a household together, and you were working and you were irresponsible enough to get fired, for one, because it's always, I would say 9 times out of 10, you did something wrong to get fired. Sometimes. But let's just say you got fired. You don't have no money. Like, you don't have nothing saved up. You shouldn't, if you did have something saved up, you wouldn't be worried about my account. But guess what? How about this? You know, I'm not marriage material, but let me just try to put myself in this uncomfortable position.
A fact.
I'm your woman. I'm your wife. Oh, that's so uncomfortable. I'm married to you and we have a joint account. Okay. That right there can be very tricky. I can't even imagine myself being married, but that can be very tricky because now I don't have my own account. So whatever money I put in there is both of ours. But you can't tell me after I get done paying all of the bills with the money that I've worked hard for, because you don't have nothing, that I can't continue to have fun and go out and have some stress released off of my brain, because it's going to be added stress if I have to take care of all the bills, get out of my comfort zone, because the man that I got engaged or married to, we had an agreement that he would take on a traditional role and he wanted a traditional wife. And now I have to step out of character and not only come home and be a traditional wife, but also cook
Trigger Mike, can I say something next? Trigger Mike.
and work 16
Yep.
hours just to, and let's be honest here, a lot of men don't want women with degrees. So let's be honest here, by me going out, I will have to work 16 hours because I won't make that much because I won't have a degree. I'm putting myself in your position, because I'm the female and you guys don't really like women that are leaders, or that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. But let's just say I don't have nothing. I was just a housewife coming into the workforce. Now I'm gonna have to work at McDonald's or something, working 16 hours just to make what you made in 4 hours. So come on now. That's a lot of stress for a woman. And for you to tell me I can't go out and have fun on the weekend, have some
Nobody said
stress
that.
released off of me because you were irresponsible and I have to work 16 hours and you
Hey,
didn't
man,
have
look,
nothing
man,
saved up.
look, you got to get some counseling. You got a lot of animosity. You got a lot of aggression and
Boy,
stuff
bye.
like
I
that.
don't need counseling. I don't want a relationship.
A
I
CEO.
come
lot of
up
the
here
stuff,
and
a
need
lot of
this.
All right.
stuff you
Can I say
stand
Real
on.
something?
quick.
Can I say something? Can I say
No,
something?
Real
don't
Trigger?
come
quick.
at me because I didn't
Hold
come
on,
at
hold
you.
on, hold on,
Every
hold
time.
on. Anna,
Every time.
so we're
Now
gonna do
you
this.
guys know I don't do that.
Okay, Anna, hold on. Because you came in, you kind of terrorizing my panel. I was gonna wait for my
I'm
new
engaging. I didn't.
I was gonna wait for my new panel to do this. Oh, I'm sorry, my new program. But we're gonna institute wartime on the Trigger Mike show. If you want Anna's ass to get kicked off this panel, you got to show some love in the super chat right now. Get your dollars ready. Put your money where your mouth is.
Y'all don't kick her
Let
off.
me
She
know
she
how
just need
bad you
training.
want it. It is
She need a real man
wartime.
to put her in her place. That's all it is.
You're not a real man. You're
Start the
Can I
panel,
unemployed.
can I say something right quick?
but the chat
Trigger.
can win the war.
I'm neutral because she actually had some points for once.
Hey, CEO.
It is
What's
what
up,
it
bro?
is. I'm neutral.
All right.
CEO, how you doing? How you doing, my brother? Oh, my bad, Trigger. Go ahead.
Let me read the super chats real quick, and then John the Baptist got it. John the Baptist, $20 super sticker. I appreciate that, my man. Bruiser, $10. What's up, my guy? Women should be down with your system. If your system implies that she worked, then she works. If it says she should not work, then that's what happens. Men need to be masculine again. No argument here, my friend.
Agreed.
Granville
Yes, sir.
Guillory, I'm gonna get your ass paw Trigger Mike. Hell out my face with that. All right. Granville Guillory, Queen Anna. Okay. You got fans, Anna. You got fans. All right.
Yeah, that's
It's
my
war.
number one right there.
All right.
That's
Let's
my
see how
brother.
many
That's my
enemies you got.
brother.
All right. Let's see just how much people are willing to boot you off. But John the Baptist, you got it.
Don't boot off.
How you doing, man? How you doing, CEO?
What's up, brother?
My question to you is: you still want to say the whole community?
Yeah, like I don't see no problem with how she acting. It's just her mental state is where she's at right now. She can be helped. She can become worse. She can become
I
better.
like
don't
being
give
a
up on her.
whore. I don't want to be helped.
She
I
can't be
like
helped.
being a stripper.
All right.
I mean,
Go ahead.
if that's her choice, but like I said, referring to John the Baptist is you can't be the leader of a household or community or anything if you're not willing to accept the fact that people aren't perfect. You got to work with them.
I take your words, CEO. I'm not disputing what you said, but also part of being a leader is understanding who you can and who you can't help.
She can be helped, but she's just gonna be a little tougher. You're just gonna have to go at it.
Hold on. She just told you're ignoring what she said. You have to. Like, I'm not this. Okay, first of all, like I say, I respect you a lot because I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
But she actually told you herself, and she sat here. She said, "Go ahead, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead."
So I've done community work in Kansas City, Missouri, out in
Dude,
Portland,
you're just a stump.
out
Just
in
say
Las
you're a stump.
Vegas, out in LA, and it's like when you come up to youngsters who are involved in gangs and stuff, they gonna have a mentality. They don't want to hear, "Oh, old man, you whoop you." They hear all that, but you gotta be you gotta be willing to be patient. You gotta know how the process works. You gotta be patient. You just drop a few jewels today. The next time you just drop a few jewels, let God create the increase. You just work on it and be patient. Some people they'll get it. Some people you gotta take a little time. You know what I'm saying? But you don't give up.
I'm more definitely. What back your hands, Trigger Mike.
All right. We got a next question. You know, I like questions. All right. This one is for the fellas, and then Anna, I'm gonna switch it around for you a little bit when it comes around to you. Do you think most men dream about retiring their wives? Why or why not? Mr. Rich, you got it first.
No, I don't. I don't dream. I don't think I ever dreamt about retiring my wife. Um, uh, she had. I made a situation where she didn't have to work, but no, I didn't dream about her retirement. I dreamt about mine. But our situation set up when we had our second kid. Her job was giving her a lot of trouble, and I told her, just get the hell out of there," because it was an issue I couldn't fix. Right? She was having problems. She was coming home all upset, and after a while, I just couldn't take it. I said, "Just quit that damn job. I'll take care of everything if I can." And she had enough money saved up. Well, actually, we used her 403B or whatever it was to put a down payment on a house we live in. And since then, I've been paying on a mortgage. And it worked out well because the kids were young. And for 5 years, she just took care of no daycare, no this, no that. Now she works. She has a job now, but it's just enough to take care of her, so she don't have to ask me for money, And I still slide her something every month anyway, because she does everything, around the place. So I just happy, I'm an old school, got an old school marriage. So my wife just takes care of me. I mean, I almost feel guilty, because she caters the hell out of me, man. So I mean that what's that name of Beyonce song when they had that "Cater to the Man" song? It's almost just like that.
Cater to you. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I'm serious. It's like that. So yeah. So I'm happy that way, man. And I wish I could shield her from a lot of the hyenas out there, but I can't. So the point really is she does everything she's doing for me because she wants to, not because I asked her to. She actually wants to do all that stuff. So I just feel blessed.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Dusto, do most men dream about retiring their wives?
Most of us don't have wives.
You know what I mean. Long-term partner. Living. Look, you were such an a-hole. You know what I mean. The woman you with.
Retire
do you want her to take it easy at some point?
Yeah, I believe in I believe in getting married. When you get married, putting your wife in the best situation possible. And that's in all ways. Emotionally, physically, financially, the best of your ability. If you can retire, go for it. If you can't, work to try to. But retire her before you retire yourself.
Oh man, I hope that I hope that goes without saying. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna retire. So you on a hot streak. You got this. Nah, but no, good words, good words. Podcast, you there? Podcast, them fell asleep. He's sick. All right.
No, he said he was stepping away.
Oh, got you. AP, are you in a situation you married? Because
So I guess I cut out a whole bunch earlier then. I guess I dropped early. So are you asking a question? Like, I'm sorry. Were you asking me that?
I'm going to just kind of ask it personally because, that's the way Mr. Rich answered it. Your woman, do you dream about retiring her one day?
That's actually in the 7-year plan.
Okay.
Yeah, like that's all of that's inside of the plan completely. So, and that's what I talk about. As a man, if you don't have a plan, you could dream about retiring her, sure, but her ass gonna be working as long as you alive. Like you have to set things in motion to where you create the space for her to be in her most feminine energy. And if you're not doing that, then you're not creating I don't believe you're creating a home that's going to be, I hate the word happy, but you're not creating a happy home.
I'm going to come back.
I will say it's in my plan. So no, I don't dream about it. It's something that's going to happen. So I'm not concerned. And every man, I believe if they had the power, they would make sure that their wife, their significant other wasn't working.
Hey, I got to drop. Trolling Sixes for life. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, I gotta drop
Yeah.
too. Someone's on live stream right now. I'll be
That
right
person,
back.
the person that was in the back that was saying their name is called I Don't Care. I just need you to cam up real quick so I know it's you. The name is even weird. If you come back, just come on cam real quick. I'll allow you to come up. All right, enter Black Dragon. Do you dream about retiring your woman one day?
I do. I mean, that's just kind of like I think that's by default for me anyway. I mean, maybe some men, it's like maybe they're okay with their woman, continuing to do what they do. But for me, I would hope that that's an option that she gets to exercise rather than something that she'll never see. So I would, my long-term partner or wife shouldn't have to work unless they want to, unless to get some enjoyment out of it. They love what they do. They found their niche. Because you don't want to rob your woman of a reason to get up in the morning if it makes her happy and makes her feel fulfilled. So even if it is, hey, doing whatever it is she wants to do, you want her to always have in the back of her mind, if she wants to retire, at any time she don't feel like continuing her career or her business, she can just end all that, come home, stay home, and not have to worry about a thing. So yeah, that's definitely a part of my plan.
Nice. CEO DMP, do you dream about retiring your woman one day?
Just being honest, I don't really dream about retiring the woman I'm with, but I would definitely, if my woman is working for another man, another company, right, I would definitely dream or wish or desire to have that point where my business or the family business is profitable enough that she can work for us. What I'm saying, that in that capacity. But I'm never, in my mindset, it's always about the future. It's always about the family, the collective and stuff. So as long as she's capable and able to contribute, I think she should, because it's not about us. We're gonna etch out some times for our happiness, vacations and doing things. But ultimately, we're in this until life is over. We're in this to do as much and accomplish as much as we possibly can. So what is your retirement for? What's the benefit of your retirement? You know what I'm saying? So
nice.
I definitely want to get you away from. I definitely want to get her away from to where she's helping society. She's helping the white man advance in his company. You know what I'm saying? But I want to get it to where she can do it for her own, for our family business.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's it. I think you frozen. I can't tell.
He froze. I think he's in a thunderstorm.
Hey, hang on, I got a question.
He stares like that so often. I didn't know if he was frozen or not.
So I'll go ahead and do mine while he froze then. We'll go. My bad part. You finna say something?
No, I was gonna ask CEO. So I mean, you would want your wife to work for the family business and stuff like that. But I just mean like when she gets old enough, 60, 70, something like that, and she's just like, I'm kind of tired. And like, does she have the option to retire one day, even though you have the strength to kind of go on and do what you want to do?
Yeah, I definitely ASAP. I want my woman to be able to take it easy. I really don't want her having to do too much. If I had it my way, my woman wouldn't even work. My wife wouldn't even work other than for the family. What I require her to do to, establish and maintain and upkeep the household and the family and the kids in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I absolutely don't. I absolutely, like I said earlier, bro, like I'm trying to position, myself and my lady so that we can retire each other. One thing I know about her is that she is one of these people, and I don't think it has anything to do with her gender, but she is one of these people who does not really have the drive, right, to necessarily own her own business, because she understands without actually experiencing it that it's actually more work, right? You actually do more work when you have your own business than you do working for somebody else. So she don't really have the drive to do that. Well, she didn't. I'll say she didn't have the drive to do that. But now with all the conversations that we done had, all the things I laid out, all the plans I've shown her how we can, figure things out, figure out where your lane is at, this and that. She's in the pharmacy. You know what I mean? So now I'm trying to get her into the pharmaceutical delivery business. You already tapped in. You work in a pharmacy. You're a supervisor in a pharmacy. You see what I'm saying? So you already tapped in. Even if you just in the beginning, if it's just me driving, right? Once her oldest son turned 21, he can drive. You see what I'm saying? And now he can do it under the 1099 Act, so that is his own business. You see, so it's like plugging situations in where, like bro was saying, you get to a point where you can phase yourself out of working for other people. Because one thing I can say is when my lady get up and she get dressed, even though I love to see her in those scrubs, bro. Lord have mercy, baby, I miss you. I love to see her in those scrubs, but I hate to see her getting up, you know what I'm saying, slowly going to the bathroom, getting dressed and stuff, got to head out and go to work. It ain't about it being for another dude. She could be working at a beauty salon, bro. It wouldn't matter. The fact that she has to get up and do it bothers me. I'm not even going to front. You know what I'm saying? I have to be honest about that. It bothers me that she has to get up and do it. And so I had to concede to the fact that innately men, yeah, we don't want our women necessarily to have to work, but you do have some women out here that don't want to just sit around and wait for you to come home, and I think that's okay, bro. I do.
So
I
to
understand.
answer the question, I think of what do we dream about retiring our wives? To my answer is no, I don't dream about it, and I want to ask for more clarity on what do you mean by retiring, because I have a different scenario. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. But retiring to me, the answer is just no. And I don't dream about making her comfortable. I don't dream about making her happy or making her feminine or none of that stuff. I think my thing is not my job to make her any of those things. Either she is feminine or she's not feminine. Either she is comfortable or she's not comfortable. I can do nothing to make her comfortable. It's as a man, I can only do the things that I can only do the things I'm supposed to do as a man. And I have to find comfort in my responsibility things I'm supposed to do. And a woman has to find comfort in what she's supposed to do and just find fulfillment in that. What we do in society though is we try to make other people happy. And so we'll say stuff like, well, I want to retire you so you can be happy. I want to retire you so you can do things that you want to do. It's not my job to do that. It's your job to come along with me, help me build this vision, and that's the goal. It's not my job to wake up every day and say, what can I do to make you happy today? What can I do to make you feel feminine today? That's not my job, and I'm not going to do that.
I don't even understand like to me, it's kind of a man in his life. He has a passion, a goal, or pursuit that he's pursuing. He finds success. He becomes accomplished, and then ultimately, before he drops off this earth, he wants to create a family and that leave legacy, and that's the purpose of go getting a wife. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this context where a man and a woman get together, they get married, and they're like struggling together or trying to make it within society together. Like that's not the proper context for a marriage to me. Like a man handles his business, he establishes himself, he finds success, and then to cap it off, knowing that he's coming to an end, he then finds a wife, creates a family in order to leave it on. Everything that he worked for is not just going to go back to the state or to be lost. He gets a family, marries a woman so that he can leave it to somebody, and his children can build upon what he established and take it to the next level. That's the only context I understand a wife. Me being a man working to pursue my goals and objectives, then I get with a woman, she's trying to pursue her own little thing, and then we get together and marry. And now instead of pursuing my goals and trying to save up money and so that I can create and establish something lasting for the next generation, I'm trying to serve her. But the only reason I have any value for her is for legacy, to establish family and to create children and to have something to be able to leave everything that I've acquired to the next generation so that they can take it and have a leg up and possibly take it further than I took it. I don't understand a wife out of that context.
Should most men these days wait until they're at least 40 or older to get married or select a wife and think about getting married?
Personally, I believe it's whenever you reach that mark, when you're actually prepared to go, you've done your thing, you feel yourself established where you want to be, you've accomplished your goals and objectives, and now you're focused on family and legacy. Whenever you reach that mark, some person, you might get rich or play football or basketball, and by 25 something 30 years you already got millions. Well, you can start your family, then you can focus on that. But I never see getting with a woman about serving a woman. It's never about serving a woman. It's about creating family, building communities, societies, and everything. I'm never focused on my focus is to help my woman be able to sit on her ass. Like, nah, we got a race to serve. We got children that is bigger than that. Like,
yeah, I agree with that.
To sum it up, like, would you agree? I mean, because I think here's what I'm hearing in a kind of metaphorical way or analytical way. It sounds like what you're saying is every man should build a house before he invites guests.
He should establish himself. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's what I mean. Yeah, like this succinctly to put it.
Once you get with that woman, you got to be careful, because if you are in pursuit of your goals and objectives, once you get with that woman, like, she's gonna slow you down. She's gonna distract you. She's gonna be asking, demanding, like, how much money, what on your current trajectory you was gonna accomplish your mission at a certain time. But you take on that woman. Now think about all that money that goes out just from you having to constantly keep her happy and entertained. And it's like, you upset about having to work so much, but really, if I would have just left your ass alone for a couple more years, I would have been in a place where you wouldn't have to work at all. You're the only thing slowing me down. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to go out, you want a vacation, you want to be happy, you want to have this. Well, if I wouldn't have met you, I was fine with a 1-bedroom apartment till I was 30, 35 years old. I meet you, it ain't enough space. I'm not happy. My friends are buying homes and shit. It's like,
right. He said, you slowing me down.
For real.
No, I mean, one of the arguments that we always get back is that married men tend to be more economically successful. And and it makes sense because they have more mouths to feed. You know what I'm saying? So they have to go harder. They have to dig deeper, right? They have to be willing to push it to the limit. Because they have more people that they have to be concerned about, right? And so, like the point you just made, as a person living on his own, I'm cool with a 1-bedroom apartment. I don't need no whole bunch of space that I got to try to get up and clean, or hire me, a maid to come in and clean every Friday, because the space is so big and I'm so overworked. Like, nah. But I do think, I will say this, in some cases, I can't quantify, but in some cases, women are a motivating factor too, though. I could say for myself, bro, like, prior to my lady who I'm with now, I didn't really want a lot. You know what I'm saying? I ain't see myself trying to really own property and all that type of stuff. Like, I was dead set against it. But it was like the things I was trying to do with my music, with club promotions and stuff like that I thought I couldn't do. And she was the one who was being my muse, if you will, and just inspiring me and always telling me, like, well, what you mean you can't do it? You could do that. You could do that. You could do that. And just from her consistently instilling in me, yes, you can. Yes, you can. It started really opening my mind up. And I would even argue opening my heart up to believe that I could achieve more than I actually thought I could. You see what I'm saying? And so, not necessarily still, I don't need like the Evander Holyfield 30 bedroom, 10 bathroom mansion, right? I don't need that, but I do want to own property. I do want to, own a Class A RV. I do want to run my executive livery service. You know what I'm saying? It's all of these different things. I did start a trucking company in 2016. You know what I'm saying? That I still own to this day, have my DOT and my MC numbers and all that. Could literally give me a truck tomorrow and hit the road. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of that is based on, you know what I'm saying, the muse that my lady was for me in a time when she didn't even know that was what she was doing. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know it was pure of heart. She wasn't trying to get me to become something for her own benefit. She just saw that I needed the motivation and she gave it to me. So in that way, I would like to say shout out to the ladies. And you just got to understand where your power is at. It's not in me, giving you things, materialistic things, me taking you here, taking you there. It's, you know what I'm saying, making sure you're a motivation or a muse to the man that you with, so that he can become the best version of himself, because that person is going to always want to give you that stuff anyway. He gonna want to do, men want to do whatever they can for their women anyway. So if you just motivating him and focused on him, he gonna focus on you regardless.
And that's what they say. You find a wife, you find a good thing when they talk about that helpmate thing. We just trying to separate a helpmate from a help me. You know what I'm saying? You know, a woman that just come into your situation, she don't care about your objectives. She don't care about her goal. I mean, she don't even understand like all these things that you asking me to do. That's more years I have to work. You know what I'm saying? Give me back all that dating money. Give me back all that concert money. Give me back all the frivolous shit that we've been doing.
Right.
And we'd already be in position. Like we only still working towards our goals because I done had to allocate funds just for you to have a good time and shit. You know what I'm saying?
For you to be okay.
Like I said, it slows up the progress. So I don't think we, as men, if we really want to be on our man shit, I don't really think we should be looking for a wife just because of their nature, being needy, wanting to be pampered and all that. We shouldn't really lock that down until we've locked ourselves down and really got established. Because as soon as you bring them on board, they want to be served, they want to be entertained, and that's all money that if you were a man on your mission doing your job by yourself, you would deprive yourself of that stuff, because you know the bigger thing is once I get here, I'm gonna have the funds to be able to do all that. You get with a woman, boy, she'll have you struggling to reach your goals for the rest of your life because she wants everything right now. She don't want to go through that process where we eating ramen noodles. She don't want to do that 1-bedroom apartment type of stuff, but that's gonna help us get there quicker. But she's more focused on keeping up with the Joneses, the perception of everything. You know, her friends are buying homes, whoop-de-whoop. You come into a situation where I'm making 40,000 not because I can't make 100,000. I'm making 40,000 because I decided to start my own business, and I don't necessarily need the money. I need the time to be able to commit to my business. Well, I got a woman who's simply just looking at the fact I make 40,000, ignoring everything. Like that money amount, it don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? And women, that's all they do is bring that distraction. That's all they do is bring that concern. They'll have you as a man questioning yourself. You know what I'm saying? You know you put in the work, you know you got the education, you know you have goals, and you know you're doing everything to pursue it, and you are going to accomplish it. Then a woman coming to your situation, now she talking about, well, I'm used to a man doing this, or I think a man should make this. And now you got that immature man, if he ain't too solid in himself, now he's questioning his own manhood. And that shit ain't got nothing to do with your manhood.
Well,
that's all her
little. But you know, CEO.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Pat. Let me just say this: not even used to it, CEO. Just want it.
Right.
Just, you know, just as, like never have experienced this ever. Right. If you ever watch a lot of KS shows, he would ask them, "Have you what you want? 6 figures? Have you ever been with a guy that's 6 figures? No. Do you know any guys that's 6 figures? No. So what are you talking about?
Let me say this one last thing I see, and I'm gonna make it real quick. I just got to have a relationship I was in 7 years. Okay. First met, she had a crib, I had an apartment. All right. So we got together, we did that thing. Then we moved. She kept complaining about the apartment. It wasn't big enough, right? She want more space, right? Now I'm working the whole time. I don't give a damn. 1 bedroom, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms. I got a job to do. I'm working. I'm not worried about all that superficial stuff. So just for that, just because she thinks that she needs more space, she doesn't like the small space. We go from paying $600 a month to $1,200 a month. Do you think she utilized that space? Nah, she didn't do nothing more with all the extra rooms, backyard, front. She didn't do nothing with that space. She just felt like that was something she should have. That's the look she wanted to have, a homeowner. But that extra $600 a month, it was a lot more valuable being invested into our business than it was in just extra square footage that you don't even have no plan to utilize in a profitable way. You just want it. You know what I'm saying?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just making sure. Sorry about that, CEO. Keep going.
No, I was done right there.
You don't know. This is Rich. I just wanted to add something if I can, real quick. I don't disagree with what you're saying, CEO. But one of the things I try to caution everybody on these panels, I I guess everybody's familiar with people who call into radio stations and things of that nature. I listen to a lot of sports radio, but I never called it because I never thought it was worth my time waiting on the phone for 2 seconds, right? So there's a certain kind of mindset that people have when they call into like stations. And so when I go around YouTube and see a lot of women on these panels and things of that nature, they're usually these kind of women that most of them sound unmarriageable, right? And it causes you to think that a lot more women are like them than not. And I'm not so sure that that's true. And every so often, my youngest daughter brings me back home and says, listen, all the people you're listening to who are on these panels and saying these ratchet things, that's not all women. You know, and it might be a lot of women, and it could, and then we have our anecdotal experiences, which we can't discount. But I just try to say, you know, as we formulate where we're going, we have to be careful that the folks, especially if we're YouTubers, right? The folks that we listen to for the most part on these panels, a lot of them are just ratchet, right? And we can't try to, you know, the fresh and fit chicks and all that kind of stuff. We can't extrapolate those women across the whole diaspora. And I think sometimes we do. And maybe, like I said, I was blessed with my wife because some of the things you said, when me and my wife first moved into our apartment, we had squirrels running off the top of our drop roof, man. You know, I said, you know, and I had to put wood up to keep them out and stuff. And then I said, and she never said, well, you know, we got to get the hell out of there. I said, you know what? Okay, hon. It's time for us to move. And squirrels are running. We're in the bed, man. Squirrels are running over the damn ceiling. I'm saying, what the hell's going on? So, and then we moved. We upgraded and stuff, but it was part of the plan. It was cheap rent, but you know, after a while, you know, being cheap wasn't good. So I'm not saying you're wrong, CEO, or anybody else is wrong because your experience is your experience, and women do make you stretch, right? Because we can live in huts. And when a woman comes in, you got to give them something. You got to please them a little bit, right? You don't have to make them happy, but you got to please them. And so I'm not saying you're wrong, but we got to caution ourselves because in the manosphere and all these shows, when we start listening to women talk, these women are not the women that you would choose for your wives anyway. You know, that's what I think.
You're taking me into the next question. What's going on, wife school? All right, y'all know how it is in Houston. We got probably the best economy citywide, but the worst power grid in the United States. All right, so
that's right.
I'm gonna be here. Me and my alter ego gonna be here, which is the phone in the back. So I'm gonna leave that on just in case the power go out. Again, a little trickle, and the power go out here. All right. So you led me into my next question, Mr. Rich. Does the modern woman deserve to stay home with little to no responsibilities? We're gonna start with the wife school first.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
The modern woman, does she need to stay home with little or to no responsibilities? Oh, Lord Jesus. You know what? I believe if a woman wants to stay home, she can, but with little to no responsibilities, that's a no-go. Because then what's the purpose of, you know, being a wife? You know what I'm saying? What's your purpose? Like, because he's going to come home eventually, like we've seen so many times on social media. Hey, I'm hungry. Did you make me anything? And the woman's sitting there eating, and she hasn't prepared nothing for her husband. She hasn't considered anything for him. The house is a mess. So what was the purpose of him even taking himself off the market to, you know, wife her up if she's not going to do anything? You know, I don't think it's just profitable for him. Modern women want all that, but they don't meet those qualifications. Like they just have no home training. Like so many have said, like they don't have a father. So like respect to authority and a plan or a vision, they just disregard that and they just want to be happy. And in the moment that the husband makes those demands, like, hey, you're going to have to start doing, you know, something around here, she's going to be like, probably might give him some flack or blowback or something. And I don't know. I think she needs a little bit of training and knowing what a husband is and knowing what her role is if she wants to be at home before she, is at home. I don't know.
Got you. All right, we'll go up to podcast and we'll go around. Podcast, what do you think? Does the modern women deserve to stay at home with little to no responsibilities? Stepped away and went and got his Theraflu again. All right. We're going to go to Enter Black Dragon.
Oh, in the back check, he said he had a bathroom break.
Gotcha.
Repeat that one more time, because I'm still trying to process.
Does the modern woman deserve to stay home with little to no responsibilities?
I don't want to say. I guess the only issue I have is with the word deserve. I would think it would, because I believe that word implies that she would have had to been in that relationship. She would have had to live some kind of life, maybe earn something for herself, maybe have done all that. I mean, for me, it would kind of leak into the last question about, do you want to retire your wife one day? And I believe if we're going to retire our wives one day and she's modern, that at that age and at that time, she would have earned that, staying at home type of deal, optional retirement, if that makes any sense.
Yep. Does make sense. CEO, question to you. Does the modern woman deserve to stay at home with little to no responsibilities?
If she's lived a lifestyle and worked to be able to afford that and provide that for herself, then yeah. But I mean, if you're a part of a family or a relationship, I question any grown woman who wants a life with no responsibility, who's looking for little to no responsibility. Like, I question if you can call that a woman or a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, as an adult, you should want some type of, like, who wants to just sit around and not be accountable or responsible for anything. Like, what is the hell are you doing with your life? But if the only way that you could possibly deserve it is if you worked and you set the goals, accomplish the things that enable you to live that lazy, unproductive lifestyle that you desire. Like, yeah, that's the only way. Yeah.
Facts. Mr. Rich, what do you think?
Well, give me the question again so I'll get the full answer.
Does the modern woman deserve to stay at home with little or to no responsibilities?
Well, no, I don't think anybody deserves to have no responsibility. If you're going to live, you got to have responsibility for something in the family. Modern woman or not, you don't deserve that. I wouldn't even put it on a modern woman. I mean, if we could afford it and she could be retired, that's fine. I mean, I'm retired now, but I still have responsibility. I mean, it doesn't go away. Do I stay in bed till like 10 o'clock? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So if I want to, man, no morning appointments for me, please, But nobody, I mean, I don't deserve to have no responsibility. And like I said, I've worked for 38 years, So no woman, I don't care who she is, you're going to have a responsibility for something, period, and modern or not. And if you can't do that, then we can't even jive together. There'll be something for you to do, and you're going to be responsible for it, period, for the rest of your life. Gotta be responsible for something. That's my answer.
I guess the man Martin is experiencing technical difficulty, so I'll give my answer. Hell no. Hell no. Like, so we always got to look at, like, who does this well? Who does this well? You got to look at the lifespan and what's going on with the women that do this type of work, that keep families together. They never have no responsibility.
Exactly.
They literally transition their responsibility from their direct immediate family to their grandchildren. They start working overtime for them. They start going to their activities, plugging in holes in their children's lives so their marriages can work. Women, like literally productive women, have helped men move society along in that way. No woman, especially in the Black community, should be talking about she wants little to no responsibility. There are average ass women out here saying stuff like that on these panels. I deserve. That's why I put the question. That's why I posed it that way. You won't deserve nothing. You ain't even broke 50,000. Talk about I deserve. What the hell? Like, I deserve to stay at home. If you really want to stay at home, a stay-at-home mom can actually be very valuable. She could save you some money.
Exactly. Yeah.
She could save you your household some money if we really want to be real about it. Most women kind of go to work, especially in those formative years of your children. You got 2 or 3, you just paying for daycare. You could save the household some food, the money spent out on food while you're out. You could save the household some money. So if you're going to stay at home, you have to have responsibility. You working a lot, as a matter of fact. You working a whole lot. But it's for the provision and sustenance of your family. So no, they don't deserve to stay home like that. What they're really doing, and this is the sad part about it, they're looking at these Ballers Wives shows.
Right.
Because that's all those women do is go for
Right.
tea and talk trash about other women. And
That's a great point.
we're going shopping today. They're looking at that life, pretending that that's what they should get from the average man. That's literally a problem we have. You remember, I told my wife that I said the issue, one of the biggest things that we see in other countries is where the rich people live is extremely far from where the poor people live. In most countries, they live in different regions. They live in different areas of the city, not even accessible by train. Like, you know what I mean? In America, it seems like you live in hell a block away from heaven. So you're always looking at it. You're always looking at it like, I deserve that. I'm going to have that. It's great aspirationally, but you should never feel entitled to anything. And somehow our poverty in America makes people feel entitled. It's supposed to boost your character to give you those characteristics to go achieve that. But for some reason, I don't know what happened. Us in America, we have too many people that feel entitled to it just because they see it. It's weird. All right, so next question. Got a few more before we get out of here for the day. We're going to start with wife school again. What systems should married couples consider to give them a better chance at building a future together?
Ooh, that's tough. I may not know a whole bunch, but I know that a lot of people, well, this is a basic one. Like, people often use their religion, as a foundation, because it instructs the woman how to entreat her family, herself, and her husband, and the husband as well. It gives him, his, a general role of his assignment within his family and for himself. So I think that's a good place to start if the people are basing that, for the foundation of their relationship. They should also get around other successful married people. Read, read books, get around married people, and I think have a good foundation with, your religion, your beliefs and your morals that help you establish yourself morally. Because, like, I think if you have some sort of guidelines, it'll help you be better prepared mentally, how to face obstacles and problems, and you'll like go back and refer back to, sort of like a manual type thing, and, make judgments based on that within your marriage and your relationships that can help you be successful and can help you succeed. And if the woman does the same thing, it's like you guys are like on one accord and unison with that. And you guys can respect each other mutually based on those same principles that you have.
Nice. Little podcast, you back?
Yeah.
About to say diarrhea ain't got you too bad, huh? Butthole on fire. All right. Questions, bottom of the marquee. What systems should married couples consider to give them a chance at a better future?
I mean, I just paid attention to the sister's answer too, and I'm still like dumbfounded because I'm not understanding what you mean by systems. Or let me rephrase that. It's not that I don't understand what you mean by systems. I just think I'm illiterate to the application, because she said something about the spiritual aspect, right? So I know that's one of them. But then it's like after that, I don't know what else you got. You know what I'm saying? As far as like actual systems go, because
well, I'll give you one system.
yeah.
So people that make of a certain socioeconomic status from other cultures won't even consider living by themselves if they don't make enough money. They're gonna group up, meaning we won't. It'll be 3 families living in this house rather than one. Right? That's a system, group economic system. So
Okay,
that's what I mean.
yeah. I mean, honestly, man, you know, the only way I could think to answer the question still, because I seen the Mexicans in the suburbs of Illinois do exactly what you just described, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then here you are 20, 30 years later, and they all own their own big houses, and they all own expeditions or navigators, right? And they all own small businesses. They did exactly what you're talking about. Families that grouped up and stayed in one home and drove in one car, and everybody worked at the same place and all that until everybody was able to branch off, and then they send for some more people, right? To
The
come.
Chinese are master at that.
Yeah. So, however, as a person who is probably, or at least at one time was addicted to sex, I'm not sure I could stay in the household with a whole bunch of other people, right? So I'm not gonna recommend that for a married couple, right? Because you don't want to have to be all quiet and stuff. You want to be able to be loud and yes, daddies and all of that, right? So, so I would just say, if it was one sister, like spiritually, bro, I'm not gonna lie. If I gotta be completely honest with you, the marriages and the relationships that I see work the most, it is the ones that have some sort of spiritual foundation to it. And trust me, coming from me, right, a person who is agnostic, I hate to admit that, right? But I have to be honest and say, when I look and see the relationships that are very long lasting, I don't care what is going on inside of the relationship. The dude could be cheating, the one of the kids could be by another guy. It don't matter. As long as they got some sort of spiritual foundation in their relationship, they seem to last. And so I almost feel like there's probably nothing else, right, that will give you a better percentage as far as positive outcome than some sort of spiritual foundation or system, because it seems like they take whatever it is the that you want to call the commitment is not necessarily to the person or what they're capable of doing, but to the religion, the spiritual set itself, right? I don't trust in my man, I trust in God. You see what I'm saying? I don't trust in my wife, I trust in God, right? I'm a parent, these my kids, I'm raising them, but I trust in God to cover them. You see, so it's like they had this relationship with God, they had this relationship with whatever their spiritual foundation is, and that's the thing that they're believing in. And so they're not necessarily looking at the other person to point the finger at when things go wrong, right? And they're not giving themselves all of the credit when things go right. When things go wrong, they look at that as the devil, and that's something we're going to face together. And when things go right, they give the credit to God. You see what I'm saying? And so those relationships seem like they're the ones that last the longest. So that's probably all I could give you on that particular question.
Good.
Into Black Dragon. Questions at the bottom of marquee. What do you got?
So I agree with what's been said so far, right? There has to be some kind of coming together of the meeting of the moral and spiritual minds, right? You have to have I think during the dating phase and the courting phase, you kind of tend to hash out, where your red lines are, what you will and won't tolerate. But during the course of a relationship, things change. I mean, there are things that you say you don't tolerate that you do. If we're talking about a serious long-term relationship, months turn into years. But I would say, rather than a religious institution, I think we were kind of talking about it, but we didn't consider it a system which is tribal. When we talk about Hispanic community all living in one house, Asians do that as well. Indians do that as well. There are a couple here in San Antonio. So I think the tribal system kind of works more effectively only because when you're in a marriage or a long-term relationship and you're just living together and you're getting on each other's nerves and things don't work out too well, I mean, you're supposed to be able to take a time out and visit each other's families, talk to people who've been married, tell them what's going on, get some counseling from people who've been through it, get some answers to questions and be willing to listen. And then with your partner, come back to a mutual table, talk things out like a bunch of adults. And I think that's how, I mean, this is how our parents did it, but I mean, they're not going to tell us the conversations and arguments that they had, only that they came out the other side and they're still married and, you know, they've gone through it. So I think that's one of the best systems besides religion that we were talking about, going to a church, visiting with your pastor, getting his advice, reading from the good book, getting scripture from there, applying it to your marriage and you know, keep it moving from there. But outside of religion, I think the tribal system's kind of like the best, only because these are people, you know, they're not a bunch of strangers. I don't think the best marriage counseling is sitting in front of a psychological professional who's schooled on the issue, but can because you can never really get the full script. They're only per hour. So with your friends and your family, you can talk the whole night. I mean, they're there for you. So you get the best advice from them. So I think the tribal system is probably going to be the healthiest and the best.
Bet. CEO DMP, what you got?
I believe like political systems, you know what I'm saying? Like even within the household, just like, for instance, if these same discussions that we have, these disagreements between black men and black women, to where instead of getting emotional, disagreeing, fighting our different contexts, if we have something to where if we disagree, we know that there's a policy or procedure that we go about. We sit at a table, each one writes this, then we, you know, judge it, criticize, you know, something like that. Economic system, the same thing. When it comes to our money, it's not the woman believing we should do this, it's the man believing we should, but instead we come together and we set up an economic plan. What is our plans for the future? What do you want? What do I want? And how can we kind of join together? That type of system. And then social, I think that a lot of us are just struggling and surviving on our own. Like, you know, when you find something that you love to do, you never work a day in your life. You ever heard it? But I think if we found greater purpose within greater society, like took on the community rather than ourselves, a lot of us are striving to succeed for our individual households, and the communities around us, the households around us are falling apart. And we think that we've done something good because we handled our household right. But as soon as you send your daughter or your child outside the house, she's being corrupted by the next door neighbor's child and stuff like that. So we got to look into the community that surrounds us and find greater purpose, and that'll help the marriage. Even when the woman retires from that job, she still feels like a part of the community. You know, she's just not sitting in the house feeling like, what do I do now? She still feels obligated to the greater society. She wants to be at the school and supporting the kids when they get the state championship game. She wants to be, you know, all that stuff. She wants to participate in all that stuff. So those are the political system, the economic system, and some type of social system.
Okay. Mr. Rich.
Yeah, a lot of it's already been said. I think that one of the systems that's the most common is the religious system, right? Well, a lot of us, I went to Catholic school from 1 to 12, and not whether you're really religious or not, it provides tracks for you to run on, right? And it keeps you kind of focused and narrow. The big difference between me and all my buddies that I grew up with is I was in Catholic school, they went to public school. A lot of them missed school. A lot of them had to, you know, repeat grades. In the Catholic school, we went from 1 to 12, and we had a narrow bandwidth of things we could do outside of you know, just hanging out, right? We had to show up. Our parents got called if something else happened. So in a marriage, you have to find a value system that both you and your spouse would agree to. Now, my wife is in the church. She works for the church. Matter of fact, I converted from Catholic to Baptist just because of her. You know, she didn't ask me to. I just said, we might as well be the same thing. But I don't go crazy over this kind of stuff. I believe in God, and the rest of it, but it still provided a track for us to run on. My kids went to private school. They went to Christian schools. And And I did that. People said, well, you pay taxes. I said, well, I sent them there because just in case, this whole God thing is correct. I don't want to take that away from them. I want them to have their own choices. So it provides, so in a marriage, it does the same thing to you. We don't take advice from the religious people, but the fact is, there's a certain decorum. I listen to a lot of Crimson Cure's stuff, and it's not religious, but it's a value system she talks about all the time. And she kind of breaks it down. It just makes sense. So if you have a value system you live on, you'll have a tendency to be doing the right things at the right time. And that's all you need to, I think that's what you need to do. Oh, let me also just add one thing, and it's funny. It's kind of related. The people in my circle are professional people, right? And what I didn't do, and I should have, I got guys and gals around my same age, and they have children. And I just called a buddy of mine last night, and I said something to him. I said, well, how old is your oldest son? Because I have daughters, and his son, so one of my daughters is in the same age group as his. And I'm thinking to myself, I should introduce my kid to your kid because I know your value system and your wife, mine. I'd rather my daughter talk to your son and see if anything jumps off. And one of the things I wish I would have done with my network better is be able to have people to introduce my girls to from families that I know are, on the straight and narrow. And a lot of us should think about that. It's not the American way, but I know some folks who introduce their kids to other families, and it may pop off, it may not, but it's better than them being out there on their own trying to go through this craziness that's out there. So it's just a thought. You got young kids, Mike, and you're Nigerian, so I believe from Nigerian background, so some of that probably goes on anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, so that's me.
Indeed. My man JB, first time coming on the Trigger Mike show. What's up, bro?
What's good, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. What you got on the topic, bro?
Yeah, I got a few things. So the question is, what system should married couples consider to give them a chance at a better future? So, obviously time will tell whether or not I got this figured out, but I do think it's important to have a set of, values when it comes to the foundation, right? So, I think the one thing that you guys haven't mentioned is, and it's actually so obvious and simple to me, is gender roles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how important it is to this formula. So, and this is one of the reasons why I think relationships are basically going, down the drain these days, is because of this. Like, both sides can be whatever they want. I think there are things that men thrive at, and then there are, generally speaking, not every man thrives at the same things, but generally speaking, there are things that men thrive at, and there are things that women thrive in. So, just a woman understanding her place, like knowing her place. I know it's misogynistic to say that today, right? But a woman knowing her place and a man knowing his place, right? Like, it's, I mean, in my relationship, my wife is stay at home. Once we have children, I want her to completely focus on our children and the household and stuff like that. So guess what that means? That what that comes with is that on my end, my wife should never have to worry about anything financially. That's what it just means. That's what it is. That's what she signed up for, right? But also on her end, right? I should never have to think about, damn, I'm hungry. To me, like I just don't, like, that shouldn't be a thought process. You know what I'm saying? My stomach shouldn't be growling. To me, it's really that simple. Is that both sides understand their roles. Actually, I was joking with my wife yesterday. Our dishwasher stopped working, right? And she was like, "Hey, the dishwasher's not working." So I went and I figured it out. Okay, and I fixed it. Now it messed up again, right? But the thing is that the fact that she just comes to me with that, and I was joking. I'm like, the single women, they gotta call somebody for that. You know what I'm saying? Like they gotta call somebody for that, right? Yeah. But I just went and I figured it out. Something fell down the drain. And she was stressing out, and I went and I retrieved it. Like it sounds silly, but it's like it's that simple. It's just like just understand your roles. To me, feels like the most obvious thing. People, a lot of times, people are fighting over things that there are things that your woman gonna thrive at, and there's things that she's gonna suck at. And I want to capitalize on the strengths, and then figure out, okay, how do we complement each other on the weaknesses, right? So to me, it's actually that simple. It's really that simple.
Bet. So I'm gonna give my answer. I appreciate that answer because you actually took the last one on my list, which was gender roles. But I'll get to the first on my list first. What we actually need. So women are gonna hate this word because they hate it. That's why I'm gonna use it because my name is Trigger Mike. We need patriarchy, Dan. Because let's be real. This matriarchy or gynocracy that we have doesn't have a good track record. In fact, if you want to look at the Black community as a example, everybody, in fact, is looking at the Black community as an example. You're showing everybody exactly what they don't want. Because I know what women did. Women were like, well, those women over there, they're tripping out on their men. Let's see how it works for them. They're not doing that shit now. They saw how it worked for you. They see that 1 in 4 of you in total are married, and 1 in 10 of you under 50 are married. They're not coming over to the dark side with you. Your matriarchy / gynocracy is not working. You toppled an entire ethnic group within 3 generations. It's about to be non-existent because of a matriarchy. So we need patriarchy. Everything you have, every law that was ever written was written underneath a patriarchy. Under a patriarchy, men and women thrive. Men and women thrive. That's what I want people to understand. Look at the state of our boys in this matriarchal, gynocratic society. Look at the state of our boys. But I'm going to go more on that in a second. So what I really mean is patriarchy under religion. Even for people who are not religious, you still fear God, so you're spiritual. A lot of people claim to not be religious, but they're actually spiritual. And when you tried it. You try to take religion out of the institution of marriage. It clearly doesn't work. I don't even need to go deeper into that. It clearly doesn't work. 2 people cannot dictate how things are run, especially if the woman's going to be the lead. Cannot dictate how a marriage is supposed to be run and expect it to work. We have absolutely no evidence that it even can work that way. So I'm not even going to beat that dead horse. Then we have gender roles, which JB spoke on. Not only you need to lean into them more. Women, if you want to know where your saving grace is, it's in your gender role. Literally, if you want to know where your salvation is, where your relaxation is, it's in your gender role. Let me explain a little further on that. When you try to display masculine features and traits, you're trying to become half a man. You could never be a full one. That means that your energy, your time, your attention can only be spent in one direction. You're spending time trying to become half a man, which means you're at most only half a woman. So then when you try to retreat back into being a woman, all the other women have usurped you and surpassed you because they focused on their role. Now you're half a woman and only half a man. You're not good at anything. You didn't even spend time. You realize you're 30, you're 35. You was hoeing around, so you probably got a kid. But now you're ready to be chosen, and you're only half a woman. And men don't give rings to half women. We want the whole woman. If you stay dedicated to your role, that's how you get that rock, ladies. Gender roles, understand them. It's not a bad thing. The irony of this is that how could men ever accept women trying to be half women when they always expect us to be full men? Any man that even acquiesces to that is an idiot, because what women do is retreat back to being women and then blame it all on you for giving them what they asked for. That is why men are idiots for that. As soon as a woman wants to retreat back to her role, she's going to be like, well, I'm just a woman. I don't know why you listen to me anyway. And you're like, what the?
they do that.
Crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah,
All right.
Trigger Mike, can I say something to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I think, you know, I do a lot of people watching, right? That's something that's very interesting to me. It's like, you know, psychology is very interesting to me. So I do a lot of people watching, and then even these panels, like I'd be listening to a lot of shows, even if I'm not in the comments, and just seeing how people think and how people process things. And I think what's interesting is that when you think about like the gender role scenario, right? The one thing that it seems is an issue with the gender roles is mostly the female side. Like women have no problem with a man being a man, right? They just want to not hold their end of the bargain. So, you know, a man still got to be a man. You still got to, you know, be reliable. You still got to be all the things that are expected of a man. In fact, I'll go as far as saying all the things that are expected of a traditional man, right? And half these women ain't traditional. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not traditional, but they still expect you to be fully a man. So to me, that's why I think, you know, a traditionally minded man, even if you don't want to call yourself a traditional man, these women should just not exist to you, right? Like, you know, and I'm not even trying to be a dick about it. I'm just saying, when you see them, it should just be like Casper, like that's a ghost, right? Like you don't exist to me, right? I'm not gonna give you my time. I'm not gonna entertain it, because you shouldn't have to convince a woman that it, you know, to be a woman. Like it's crazy the times we live in. And I think for me, what made me really solidify, like get really solidified on this, over the past few years is actually a lot of conversations with my pops. And, you know, there's certain perspectives that I knew he had, but just seeing how grounded he is on his perspectives. And I'm like, you know, you got to just set the standard. Like you got to just set the standard. Don't let these women tell you just because you're being a man that you're toxic or you're whatnot. Fuck that. Like, you know, you're expecting me to be a man, and then the only times they have issues with it is when it's their end of the bargain or when you got to hold them accountable, right? That's it. Those are the only two scenarios. Everything else, I want you to be a man, right? So, yes, I mean, the beauty in gender roles is that I feel like gender roles alone, right? Just that alone, if we take everything else all the other things y'all mentioned was important, but if you take everything else out the picture, just gender roles alone could save so many relationships today, right? Because people just winging it. Like they're just like, oh, I can be a man today. I can, you know, I can just, you know, slack tomorrow. And then the females just think, you know, I don't need a man, blah, 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 like all the bullshit that women say. So they don't understand the value and actually understanding, okay, we actually complement each other, right? We complement each other. It's not a bad thing. When I say, you know, stay in your place as a woman, I'm not cursing you. I'm telling you, like, there's something great about you being a woman, and I just want you to stay over there. Like, stop trying to be me, right? You know, even when I see women like buck up with men, like trying to, you know, it's like, to me, that's so repulsive. You know what I'm saying? Like a woman thinking that she can get in a man's face or whatnot. That's just repulsive. It's just repulsive.
Mr. J, I think one advantage that you do have that some people may not have, and females as well, is that you said you sat down and talked with your dad. You had somebody that was solid, that gave you instruction. A lot of the single mother homes, and these women don't have men in their lives. And so when you're not growing up underneath authority and underneath instruction, when somebody said, go sit your behind down, it's really hard for women when they become of age that meets a real man to kind of, you know, accept that, you know, they want it. They know innately, they know like, okay, yes, I'm attracted to this. But in my nature, because I've never had anybody to tell me what to do, because I've always got away with what I wanted to do, that's hard. It's hard for a lot of women to accept. That's why it's such a clapback, it's a war, and they just can't come to the term and the knowledge like this is what you want, but you're stumping all on it. And you don't even know. And it's just so hard. Like women can't tell these women what to do. Men can't tell these women what to do. And it's just it just gets so messy, so muddy. But you're fortunate, and I'm just so thankful for the Trigger Mike show, because it's not giving us the ratchet side of relationship. We're actually trying to have people that are trying to come to solutions, like you said, the gender role system, like the financial system, and your own personal value system. It's like these are like absolute solutions that we need as Black people.
So the wife school,
Yes, my love.
I agree with you, Bado. I agree with you. I think the one issue I do have with what you're saying though is, and again, I agree with you 100%. It's just that at some point, we're adults, right?
Mhm.
And so I understand that, a lot of things are a domino effect, right? So, it's like, okay, it started from somewhere, and it, usually a lot of it starts from fatherlessness, right? But at some point, I just think adults should stop making excuses for why, their situation is fucked up, right? I think, if you didn't have a father, then you need to figure that equation out. Because even if you didn't have you didn't get the guidance from a father, but the fact that okay, I didn't have a dad, and clearly I see a difference, compared to when I compare my scenario to the rest of society, or the rest of society that had fathers. Okay, let me go figure out what I'm missing. I think a lot of times though, people just use that as, and I'm not saying you, but I'm saying like a lot of people use like, I didn't have a father, so I didn't know better. But it's like, I mean, we all know right from wrong. At a bare minimum. Like,
Yeah,
granted,
JB, can I ask?
there's
I mean, like at sometimes I agree sometimes, but sometimes you don't know that you don't have a problem till you come up and meet somebody that you do have a problem. You know what I'm saying? So there could be like 20 people in the audience right now that didn't even know they had a problem till they got to this panel. Like, wow, shoot, I didn't have a dad. Well, I didn't put that puzzle together.
That's
So
exactly
sometimes it
how it
takes
goes.
longer for some people than others. So we just can't give that blanket statement that, don't use that as an excuse. Sometimes people don't have an excuse. Sometimes people just
They
really are
have a
not
reason.
aware.
Some
People
people
are
have
not
a reason.
self-aware, and it's good. Like, but as adults, it is our responsibility to move forward in our lives if we want to see a new result. I agree definitely with that.
Hey,
That's kind of
let me add something to that though. Because both of you guys are right on this one. But some people and too many women don't think they have a problem at all.
That's a
It's
problem.
generational, and some women, some know that they don't have a father and they need to correct. Some understand that now that they heard it for the first time, maybe I should check into it. But there's a great deal of women who don't think they have a problem at all. And that's the issue. Like with the baby mama situation, and a lot of those women don't think there's nothing wrong with it because we glorify, right? We got all these stars coming out there showing their bellies with no husbands and stuff like that, and everybody's clapping and all that. So, so it's all three of those things are going on at the same time. And we got generational grandmothers who had no husbands, daughters had no husbands, grandkids. So you're right, JB. Yeah, sometimes, the excuse sometimes is just a reason. And but all of those things could be true, and somehow we got to deal with it all.
I just wanted to say something real quick on what JB was saying. At the same, like I agree 100% with what he was saying, and that is, it's like, okay, I came up in a household with no mother, no father. You know what I'm saying? Once you go through educational system, you develop a certain level of common sense and intelligence. I knew that both of these people are supposed to be present. Both of these people are supposed to be trying to play this. To say a woman, you come up with no father, right? You say you're not used to this authoritative type of stuff and whoop-de-whoop. You get 25, 26, 30, you get in a relationship, there's got to be some role he's playing. It just can't be conflict all the time. You should be, common sense should tell you, I don't know the role a man's supposed to be playing, but here's a man. Let me observe it. Let me figure out how he operates. Let me figure out what role he plays. Let me see it. Why are you resisting it? Coming up in the household without a father wasn't right. So then you should be wanting to learn and understand what role, if a father was present, what role would he play? Like, why haven't you tried to figure it out? That you're missing something.
Yeah,
So
but like Trigger Mike said, like, I'll only be a half of a woman. You know what I'm saying? Because I haven't really fully, nobody told me what to do, what to instill those values in me, so it's like, I only know part of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying?
When I came up without a stable household, father and mother really there, all right, I knew it didn't take long for me to know that I needed to go find households that had that, or find male role models, so that I could find out how the shit was supposed to go. I didn't just walk around and act like there's nothing wrong.
Let me jump in on this real quick, because in our society here in the West, it's been failed. Like, we failed them twice. So the mom or the dad failed in the house, but that's actually happened throughout society through death, famine, men going to war, men dying. Then the community failed them. because it wasn't established. So they used to have a community to fall back on that would step up. Then society in general, meaning the government, failed them because they entitle them in their bad behavior. So that's like 3 failures in a row. Individual, immediate family, community fail, then the government failed you. Because so I'm definitely not making an excuse. There's a crossroads where people do know right from wrong. And because they've been enabled and because they see, well, shoot, I can get I could just have his baby and then have him pay me, and I get food stamps and my baby gets emergency Medicaid. They're gonna pay for my delivery. Literally, they just keep failing. They got all of these systems in place to use as an excuse rather than make good choices. So, I mean, I look at it here. Sometimes I don't even want my kids to grow up here, like just because how many things they can trip over on the way. Because I always look at society like it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, not that it doesn't matter, but even if your parents fail in the household, society's supposed to hold you accountable. But guess who it does that for? Men. It don't matter if you hungry or not. You go steal an apple, you go into jail. Like, you see, that's the way it's supposed to hold women accountable. You know, and they wouldn't fall so hard if it was that way for them.
Yo, Trigger
Right.
Mike, I did want to. Oh, my bad. Were you gonna?
Oh
say
no,
something?
no, I was just gonna chime in just real quick. Like so because when I hear, because every time I hear there's no excuse, I think to myself, well, if I got $1 billion or $1 million, I kind of look at everyone like, why aren't you rich? I mean, why didn't you do the things that I did? And I could have inherited this money. I could have had a whole lot of help. I could have went to private school. I could have had access to all sorts of education that allows me to acquire $1 million or $1 billion. Now, on my throne, I can easily look down at everyone who I perceive as, less than me, saying, well, you can make it up here too. It's just so because it's easy for me. So people who have things and were never denied things often think and believe from their perception that everyone can just, perform the same actions and achieve the same goals that they have. And me, like being born into like impoverished, living in Section 8, I know how to be rich and I know how to be poor. I can lose this house, my car, my job today, tomorrow. I know the system well enough, government or not, state or government or not, to hustle and to not starve. Like my plan A is not everything. I have a plan B and I have a plan C. So your experiences are who you are, but it makes you into different people.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's fair. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I was just gonna say to that, brother, like that. I fully agree with that. I think my only issue across pretty much every conversation, whether it's relationships, economics, is I just hate when people use whatever bad luck they had or bad situation as a crutch, right? Like, you know, like you can get dealt a bad hand in so many ways in life, and the question is how do you deal with it? How do you figure out, okay, what are my weaknesses? Where are the areas where I fall short? What even, how do I frame this? Like, for example, the fatherlessness thing, right? If you don't have a father, you obviously know that. Now, you don't know what that actually means, right? Because you don't know the alternative. But at least trying to figure that out. I think a lot of people they're more they get more complacent. They get more comfortable with, well, it is what it is, right? I didn't have a father, right? But what are you trying to do about it? Like, are you even trying to understand what that means for your life, what that means for your potential outcomes, right? And how do you shift that? So that's all that's the only thing I want to say on that. But I did want to add something else, Trigger Mike. And this is something I've touched on before when I had my show. Like, I think the other most important thing, in my opinion, is embracing family, right? And what I mean by that is it's actually twofold. So both in terms of obviously like your own family, right? Whatever family that you're building, but also like family as a whole. Like, this is one of the things actually I've been pretty proud to introduce Cam to, right? Like, I have a very large family, okay? Like an extremely unreasonably large family, right? And and Cam could tell you, like we went down to Florida to hang out, with my pops and some of my family, and just because I don't like to be a burden on people, I got a hotel and everything, my family was mad. Like my auntie would not stop talking about it. Like she was so pissed off. Like, you know, how dare you? Like she was literally telling me, how dare you get a hotel? You know, we got this big ass house here. You know, we got this room right here. You could have stayed here, right? And for me, it was so important for, you know, like Cam to be able to experience that, because family means a lot. I think a lot of times when people are like, okay, I don't have anything to fall back on, I don't have any support system, right? Knowing that you have, you know, not all family is great, obviously, but just knowing that, you know, you have this large family. Like I could go pretty much anywhere in Florida, anywhere in New York, even in Canada. I got family in New Jersey, and I know I could just make one call, right? In fact, I got family I don't even know. I could just call my dad and say, hey, I'm in New Jersey right now. I'm in this area. You know, I know you got family up here. And my dad will make one call and say, okay, just go over there, right? Like being able to have, you know, that kind of bond with your family, I think is so important. And I think people are so easy, like they're so quick a lot of times to diminish how important family is. Like I've seen this a lot. And I do think it's a particularly like Western Americanized thing, because when you look at other cultures, family is number one. But I think it's something that people should get themselves out of that mindset of like, or more so into the mindset of how important family is. So that's all I wanted to say. Like to me, this is actually very actually just one more thing. I think so. I forgot which show I mentioned this on. One thing I decided for my relationship is that I'm going to run it somewhat like a business. And I've mentioned this to a few people, and they're like, yo, this kind of sounds crazy, but it sounds very interesting. So, you know, in terms of like, okay, I want to have a mission statement for my family. I want to have, you know, a vision, right, et cetera, et cetera. Like something that I actually write down and try to live by and try to run our family based on, you know, those set of values, like et cetera, et cetera. And to me, one of those things is actually family. That's why I mentioned that. It's actually like embracing family, you know, being there for your family. So when I have kids, I want my kids, when you look at the Trump family, for example, you realize that family is so tight knit that the only one person in that family, I think her name is Mary Trump or something like that, like that kind of like, you know, went
You
to
know,
the
she
other
a distant
side.
relative. She distant.
Yeah, but they're so tight knit and they value each other and they'll stick by each other. And everybody that comes into that family, whether through marriage or whatever, they are so tight knit and they understand the value of that, right? Like, you know, Trump may not like everybody, like, you know, I'm talking about Donald. He may not like everybody in that family, but he understands the value of being tight knit and being, you know, a unit, moving as a unit. So for me, when I have children, that's one of the main things you know, I really want to make sure I instill in them is, you know, you got to have each other's backs, right? You got to make sure that you move as a unit. We move as a family, right? Like this last name got to mean something. It's not just, you know, you don't just have this last name because I passed it down to you. This last name got to mean something. And for it to mean something, you got to move as a unit, right? To me, this seems like a very simple concept, but I think people don't a lot of times I think underestimate the value of family.
Yeah. I mean, you put it in a way that, I mean, that spells it out very neatly. But you can also look at it, the people who don't, any ethnic group that does not value family and the bond, like literally working it out through all things, suffers economically. There is no like doubt about that. If you promote yourself as an individual, you're weak. That's why I went through that whole independent woman thing we were talking about. That literally is synonymous with weak woman. Independent is synonymous with alone. Alone is synonymous with weak. The first thing you learn in school is strength in numbers. Like literally women with a lot of resources just sitting back looking at you like, independent woman. I would never call myself that. Ever. Right? That doesn't mean strength. Do you know what? Okay, let me say this as a man, not as a creep or anything like that. Do you know what the universal sign of weakness is for around the world? Woman alone. If somebody wants to rob someone, who are they going to pick? Me or a woman alone? I'm 6 foot, 250. Who they going to take? So saying that you're alone, saying that you're independent is synonymous with saying you're weak. So that's why there's this group economic thing where women are not dependent on the family, connected and partnered with the family. That's strength. Right? So how do you say your name? Is it Elise?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Well, we doing good. You want to comment on the topic in general, or you want to answer the question we have right now?
I just guess I want to touch on the traditional versus modern, because we are in modern times, and a lot of the times you do have to adapt to your surroundings. You have to adapt to the society on what's going on. So I guess I just had a question on, like, as far as traditional, what are we really claiming as traditional? Are we going off of society's traditions, your own personal family traditions? What
Yeah.
is the threshold for being a traditional man versus traditional woman?
You know what? That is an excellent question, but I'm gonna answer it in the way I answer this question. So, most people think traditional means old. They think it means 1960s old, antiquated, I Love Lucy style living. That's not what it really means, because we can be talking about traditional values 100 years from now. We're not going to mean that. Traditional, in the context in which we talk about here on the Trigger Mike show, it means standard, right? So one of the reasons we use the term modern women, modern man, is because we have a very bad propensity at trying to change the standards by which something works. That is our bad habit, right? So people are trying to say that a woman could stand in front of a man. That's not traditional. Women are trying to say a woman could bring home all the bacon and she's not going to feel any differently about her man if she does that. That's not traditional. What we mean is the standard is we can even look at it as a natural standard. A woman who goes to work and comes home and watch her man sitting on the couch drinking beer, doing nothing, that she's going to have a natural feeling about that. So traditionally, women don't like that. That's what we mean. The standard is men always work. Men are close to their death date are always focused on the provision of the family. Right. So that's a traditional standard. It's happened since the beginning of time. Right. And that's what women actually expect from men, which is another standard. Right. So anything outside of that and trying to change those standards is what we call non-traditional. Does that make sense?
I Trigger Mike, I want to add something to this. I think it's even deeper than that. I think it's the fact that, so I mean, there's some aspect of it that you could say is old, but not in the way that people might say it. Like old in the sense that, you know, the elders, they understood it better than we seem to do, to understand it, right? Um, or the people of the past, right? And for me, I like to look at it like this: like when you listen to, you know, especially when I listen to old heads, like not all old heads come, you know, equal, right? But when I listen to like the old heads who had, you know, successful relationships, successful marriages and whatnot, and you know, my own pops and whatnot, the way that they talk about what marriage is, it's actually very fascinating compared to like the way that this, you know, our generation talks about it and whatnot. And a lot of men understood that it's a form of self-sacrifice, right? And so it's that, you know, I'm sacrificing myself for the betterment of my family, for something greater than me, for the future generation, et cetera, et cetera. You know, today people just like talking about happiness and other bullshit that really doesn't matter, right? But they understood it's a form of self-sacrifice. You know, like my pops was always the first person up every morning, and he was the last person to go to sleep, right? My dad has a permanent set of red eyes, right? Well, they're more like orange, but because that man just barely slept. He was always working, right? And they're like his eyes are permanently not white, like permanently, right? And he was always working, always putting his family first, to the point where um I don't even think he got to really enjoy, like, you know, really enjoy most of what he did. It was just, I'm doing this for my family, right? The number of decisions that I, you know, a lot of it is personal, so I can't, you know, talk about it. But the number of decisions I know my dad made just because, you know, just for me, for example, right? His son, right? Like sacrifices that I could point, if I were to actually point out, like he did this, like people would probably be shocked. Like, yeah, he actually did that, right? Even if at his own expense, he did something to make sure that I was good, right? And so to me, that's what traditional means, is to understand that it's bigger than yourself, right? Like it's about the future generation. It's about, um, you know, your family. Like, what are you gonna do to make sure, you know, like a lot of men just want to pound their chest and say, you know, I'm tough, I'm this, I'm that. But it's like, What are you doing that's bigger than yourself, right? Are you getting into this relationship with her because she just has a fat ass, or because you actually think you could build a family with this woman, and that you think she could actually raise your children, you know, and instill good values in her, in your children, etc. Right? I mean, a fat ass is nice. Don't get me wrong, right? But that, fat ass is not going to raise the next generation. There's a lot of fat ass chicks. There's a lot of fat ass chicks that are dumb as rocks. Okay, and I would not want her anywhere near children. So just understanding, like, it's bigger than yourself. Like, to me, that's the key thing. At least from the male perspective. I think from female perspective, it's a little bit different. But from the male perspective, you gotta realize it's bigger than yourself. Like, that's how I see it. You gotta realize it's bigger than yourself. Whatever you do, like for me, once I decided I was gonna get married, it was just okay. Everything I do from this point on is not about me. Like, and that's something that I mean, I've like, set the foundation like this for myself. From this point forward, everything I do is not about me. I don't. It's like, whether it's financially, whatever it is, it's not about me anymore.
Real quick comment. I just wanted, like, we gotta be careful about the words choosing to define them how we want to, and that's where all the confusion comes from. There's real definitions for tradition. You know what I'm saying? And we really need to actually, we use the words English and we apply these words. We should actually understand what they really mean. And when you're talking about tradition, it's kind of like from trade. As a group of people go through life, they start finding best practices. They start finding things that work for them, the things that have enabled them to survive and succeed as a community, as a family. As those become tradition. Tradition are those best practices that are handed down to the next generation. When you talk about a traditional versus a modern person, you're based a traditional person, a traditional woman or man is one that is focused on the community, the people, the society, the overall collective. When you get to modern, you're talking about people who are individualistic. You're talking about a generation of people who don't give a damn about nobody but themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what modern is. We try to hide it, but it's not. We're not out here when we call ourselves modern men or women. We're not doing anything. If you define the word modern, we're not doing anything modern for real. Most of the stuff we're doing is degenerate. There's nothing modern about it. You know what I'm saying? It's not updated. It's not advanced. It's not more effective and efficient. And that would be modern. It's not modern at all. The modern that we're talking about is just nowadays. When I live my life, I'm self-serving. I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about the kids. I'm not thinking about society. I'm thinking about living my best life, enjoying myself, and doing, and tradition is when you do things that are in the best interest of the overall, the collective, and the future, but we really need to define words, because that just when I heard people respond to tradition, it was like everybody's kind of hitting on what they feel it means, and we shouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it really has a definition. The word means something.
Well,
I wanted to say something, Trigger, but I wanted to ask you a question first, because you said about independence equating to weakness, right? Yeah. And I wanted to know if that only applies to women, because I kept hearing people use these terms about alpha and beta, right? Yeah. And then I did a little research and I found out beta is right under alpha, but it's something that's actually over alpha, and that's sigma, right? And the thing about sigma is that sigma actually applies to the lone wolf. It basically means the lone wolf. The difference between a sigma and an alpha, they have the same exact traits, but the sigma can move alone. He don't need the squad to survive. He can get out here and get it on his own, right?
Now,
the
reason.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure you understood my actual question was.
I did. And remember, I gave it in context of the group. Remember, like group economics. So it's great as far as an individual accomplishment to not need other people. Now, in the terms of building beyond that, who's going to win? The person within the group. That's essentially what I'm talking about. When you talk about community, we use the term Black community. There is no community. We have a lack of community, right? We have individuals. They're called Black individuals. Now, what I mean by that is a community is actually a group of families. It's not a group of individuals. It's defined as a group of individuals, but you see how fast a group of families can build upon itself and build things. And now look at the black community in general, which is a group of individuals. Have we built anything?
No.
So you can say that they're the black, because we have prominent black people, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have a large group of Sigmas. Those people that sell everything they build, P. Diddy, Jay-Z, they sell everything they build. They don't own it anymore. The white man owns it. Damn. I don't know if y'all heard that.
I heard
Oprah.
it. I didn't know what it was.
I heard it, and they do it
Hey,
all the
Trigger,
time. And they never
Trigger,
give
I
back,
agree.
and they don't
Trigger,
build,
I agree
and
with
they
your
don't
point.
make institutions. And when we do, like, historic, I just get so mad. Like historically,
If you not
we've been
down with
able
the
to
truth,
do this. We've been able to build groceries, hospitals, cinemas, all this stuff, and then it just gets taken away because
No, because we
this is
devalue
horrible.
ourselves. We don't value ourselves.
So Trigger, I think you're right, But the examples you took though, well, I don't know about Diddy, but you know, Jay-Z is actually a perfect example, in my opinion, of doing things right. Because a lot of, I think we see,
Has he partnered with black people?
We see externally, right? Would you ask?
I said, has he partnered with black people?
I like
Okay,
to
I'll
answer
answer that.
that.
I'll answer that in a second. I'll answer that in a
Okay,
second,
I
right?
want to know.
So
LVM ain't owned by a
hold on.
black
I'll
man.
answer that in a second. I'll answer that in a second, right? But
I want to answer
so
him
I
after
think
Jay
what
Dilla.
Jay-Z has done, right? What Jay-Z has done is similar to what Nas has done, for example, is we get to only know about the things that we hear about, right? But behind the scenes, you know, I know people probably get tired of me bringing up private equity, okay, on these panels every now and then, right? But the reason I always bring up private equity is because when you look at the people who run the world, right, the people who have the most power, guess what industry they're all in? Most of them. They're in private equity, right? They're venture capital firms, they're hedge funds, right? And one of the most powerful things that Jay-Z did, that Nas did, is they started venture capital firms, right? It's that simple. They started venture capital firms, and they started figuring out, okay, how do I set myself up the same way that these other, mega billionaires have set themselves up, right? And they've actually done it very successfully. Now, we don't hear about it because we don't know anything. The average black person doesn't even know what private equity is, right? So they don't know the moves that Jay-Z is making behind the scenes. Shoot, even Beyonce has a firm, right? You probably wouldn't know that. Beyonce actually has a real legit firm that invests in some of the top Silicon Valley firms, right? And you would not know that. Serena Williams is another example. Serena Williams has a firm that invests in Silicon Valley companies. Most black people wouldn't know this. Now, when you talk about like, has he worked with black people? That's, and I'm saying this respectfully, you're looking at it in such a short-sighted way that you don't even realize the bigger picture here, right?
I'm looking at it in a community-based way because
you gotta just hear me out. I know what you're saying. Just
Why
hear me
aren't they
out,
investing in building a black Silicon Valley?
Exactly. I know Serena.
Again, see, this
I
is
know
what
I want to hear him out. I want to hear him out.
Y'all think it's so short-sighted, right?
No.
See, this community talk is actually what destroys black people without them realizing it. Because yes, community is great. In fact, I just talked about family. Your community is basically your like more extended family, right? But you gotta crawl before you can walk. You gotta walk before you can run. So black people always, before you address your issues at home, you want to go into this community stuff. Well, the same thing is what I'm saying about Jay-Z and Nas and whatnot. How many black people prior to Jay-Z and Nas and Serena Williams and whatnot, how many black people are even in this industry producing results, right? Producing, like really building actual wealth. Like, and I'm talking about like a single deal, okay, in venture capital, when it goes right, can net you over $100 million. This is next level wealth that we're talking about. So when you have a situation where black people have not even had access to that asset class before, right? And the moment he has access to it, the first thing you say is, well, what is he doing for black people? The problem is he just got access to it, right? Let him actually build some wealth to then be able to do something. So like Nas has done so many great deals, right? If you look up Nas's firm, they're invested in some of the top companies. Some of them are household names. You probably wouldn't even know that because he's quietly building wealth. You need that concentration of wealth and power, right, first before you can do anything. But what black people want you to do is they want you to just, okay, I want you to just go out there and I need you to have this firm and then go invest in black people. What the hell is that going to do for you? Instead, what Nas did, for example, is he said, you know what, let me write a check, for example, to Coinbase, right? Then when Coinbase IPO'd, guess what? Now, publicly it says that Nas probably made 100 million off of that. I can tell you, because I did some basic math and I know the industry, Nas probably netted over $600 million, right? From just that one Coinbase deal. That's over $500 million, right? That's a company founded by white people. But guess what? Nas got to actually enjoy, right? Nas got to reap the benefits of that, of being able to be in that asset class in the first place, right? So now you have a concentration of power that's building up silently, right? They're not over here. They're not. Hold up, right? They're not out here flexing it.
Not one thing of benefit to the people. Not one thing.
I just told you it's benefit.
You said you're saying that it's a benefit that they're acquiring money. Well, let me just say this real quick. Black people have had trillions of dollars flowing through our hands for years. What effect is it having on our standards of living and quality of life?
I'm trying to see. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all are not even hearing the point. Y'all just want to argue.
Yeah, all I heard is that it's beneficial to them. It's beneficial to them.
That's not what I.
He's using his money, his private equity, to invest in these companies that in turn is going to make him more money. Of course, who wouldn't want to do that? That's called being a smart investor.
Am I wrong?
All right.
Am I wrong?
So really,
y'all are still not letting.
Hold on, Jamie. Hold on.
That's okay.
JB is so. This is we got to split the difference here. Like we got to talk from both sides because y'all are talking immediate picture, CEO and wife school. He's talking big picture.
No, I'm talking about
big
and
people. And remember, I said this on the panel the other day. Everybody's perspective is necessary. If this panel is a council, if it's a council, there are people who need to work on immediate effect, and there are people that need to work on future effect.
It's not Trigger Mike. It's not even that. Nope. I'm not even gonna give them that because this is again. They're proving, right? They're proving. See, your intentions may be right, but y'all are proving why black people cannot succeed, and y'all don't even realize it because what I'm highlighting. I literally just told you I'm highlighting a concentration of power. And you're telling me it's for himself. You're missing what I'm actually saying to you, right? There is right now, prior to the Jay-Z's and the Nas's, and even you got Robert F. Smith. He's
I want a regular dude. I don't want no music guy. I don't want no music.
You got it. Like you see, just a regular guy. You just want to respond so bad. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain something critical to you.
Wait.
You're not even listening.
We actually missed something.
Let me actually explain what I'm saying so you can understand the bigger picture. Y'all are missing the point.
We're listening. Right? We're listening. Wait. We're listening. We're listening. Wait. Hang on. We're listening. We're listening. We're listening.
Give us a
PowerPoint. We're listening. But what I'm hearing is you talking, but you're not addressing CEO's point, and you're not addressing wife's.
I actually am.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing.
Hold on. I just realized we did all this.
He's been talking for a long time. Ain't getting through.
Hold on. We started a 20-minute discussion, all because Elise Stewart asked what traditional man.
Yeah, I was going to call her a troublemaker.
Trigger Mike, see, this is actually important, right? Because this is highlighting like one of the biggest deficits to black people that they don't even realize, right? Is that the fact that somebody could think that me highlighting a concentration of power is only beneficial to Nas and Jay-Z and whatnot. It's like it shows how black people are so short-sighted a lot of times. Because I'm talking about the fact that hold up.
Okay.
Jesus.
Can I just say something? Because I'm on lunch at work.
Let somebody say something.
I gotta go back.
Wait. Can y'all let me finish, please? Please let me finish.
No, let Elise Stewart go. She got to get back.
Wait. Trigger, let Jay Bizzle please.
It's my fault. It's my fault. JB, stand by. We're gonna let you go. Elise, go ahead.
It was her turn.
No, just like you said, I was, referring to the tradition versus modern. Because when people use the word traditional, I've seen most of the time it reverts back to, woman supposed to be cooking and cleaning, the man bring home the bacon, et cetera, et cetera. And those are just the, talking points when you're talking about tradition versus modern. I do like your definition better because I think that does kind of outline it a little better. So I do respect your your way of looking at it, because that is a different perspective that I haven't heard. Let me say that. But just to add to what I was saying, when I do hear those talking points online, it kind of comes off a little weird to me, because it's like, who's not cooking and cleaning? If that's an adult thing. Like, you have to feed yourself. You have to keep your body clean. You have to keep your house clean. When did we start teaching people that you got to be a girl to do this, or you got to be a dude? No, how about you got to do this because that's what, as an adult, you have to require. Now, when you break it down into household roles and who does what, okay, some men are better at cooking than women. Or you gonna want that good steak from the dude that can burn down and he barbecue every other day? Or is you gonna want that steak from that girl who just know how to put together some noodles? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now, like the roles do.
Oh, that's wrong. Whoever's saying
they do they do go back and forth versus who's more of an expert in what area. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got people that are experts when it comes to paperwork, administrative wise, and they might handle all the administrative duties in the household. You got experts when it comes to more hands-on. They fix things, the tools, something break, the water heater got a leak. They're going to go down there and handle that. You got the experts when it comes to disciplining kids. They know how to put kids in their place and where they need to be at the right time. You got experts when it comes to emotional intelligence, where they say, hey, babe, you know, you didn't handle that quite well. You need to pull that back. You know, you got experts when it comes to, I hate to say it, but when it needs the time for it to get aggressive, when you need, you know, somebody to say, hey, you ain't gonna be talking to my husband like that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna talk to my kids like that. You're not gonna talk to my mama like that. You got experts in every genre. So when you get into a household and you want to talk about roles, wouldn't roles really be more defined by who is better fitted for that role?
No,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wait.
So,
absolutely not. No.
So let me say this, baby. Let me say this.
not.
No. Elise Stewart, you're not necessarily. Hold on. You're not necessarily wrong, but you got to understand that when
she is.
Remember when I said, no, because you're talking about men. Like, yes, most chefs are men. We know that, but it's always around what men want to do. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if a man wants to cook in his home, he's going to do it. His women ain't making him do nothing, first of all. So he's dictating exactly where he's going to divert from the norm in his role. It's usually the man that dictates that. So when we get into the, well, shouldn't we, that means it's up for negotiation. We do not negotiate gender roles if the man don't want to. He can go find a woman that's going to acquiesce to everything he wants. That should be very clear. So when we open the door for that, women are the ones who are going to go crazy. It's not the men. When we open the door for that, women start slacking in their role. All right, go ahead.
Mike, why are you even entertaining this? Listen, what percentage of men are chefs? Like, women love to go to the exceptions. What percentage of men are chefs that like he knows how to make that great steak or whatever you're talking about? We're talking in generalities, right? Sure, and the exception, your man is a chef and he makes the best steak that he can go and cook his damn steak, right? But if I get into a committed relationship and then I get married to a woman, right? And my job is to make sure that she has no worries financially, right? That she doesn't even have to think about it. Okay, you just go to the grocery store, you swipe your card, there's no card getting declined, none of that, right? At the same time, I'm not going hungry. It is a gender thing, right? You are gonna cook this food, you're gonna go in the kitchen, you're gonna cook this food. I'm not gonna be hungry. Like, this is not. I mean, a lot
when
of women
she's
want to
sick,
go to the
and she can't perform.
again exceptions.
It seems like she has to just power through everything.
Exceptions.
Sugar Mike, can I add something from an old head standpoint?
Ups and downs.
Sugar Mike,
These are
exceptions.
Of course. Hold up. Of course.
I like him. He got a fighting spirit.
I'm not a monster. So if my wife is sick, of course I'm not gonna require my sick wife to cook. Hold up. That doesn't need to be stated.
It does need to be stated because you're saying you want to entertain your points. So let's entertain the points of everyone.
Y'all love to go to exceptions, right? That's just a given. If my wife is sick, right? She's my wife, right? She's not my slave. So if my wife is sick, I'm not gonna say you need to still go in that kitchen and cook. That's ridiculous. But out of the year, how many days is my wife gonna be sick? right? Exceptions.
You don't
I'm talking
know.
about generally speaking. Generally
Trigger
speaking,
Mike,
I'm
can
not
I
gonna
say
be
something,
hungry,
please?
right? And her job is to take care of that.
Hey,
Hey,
Jack,
listen, listen.
there's
Well,
some
first
more.
of all,
Generally
Hold on,
speaking,
we got
no,
Mr.
let me,
Rich.
generally
Mr.
yo,
Rich.
speaking, I
yo,
would
let me,
say probably almost every guy on this panel can cook.
hold on for a second.
Cook
Without
what?
trying
Let me
to
say
say that
something.
almost every
All right,
guy
hold
on this
on.
panel can throw
Let me,
down and can
Please,
cook.
we're gonna let
hold
Mr.
on for
Rich
a
go, then
second.
we gotta
Yes,
get to
please, I can
Nightish.
do what I
Hey,
need to do.
Mr. Rich,
listen, one
go
of the
ahead.
things that I think is a misnomer is, first of all, Sister Elise, when you came on, I kind of understood your question because of the expectations of traditional, right? A lot of women
Right.
want men to be traditional under every circumstance, but they don't want their traditional roles that they used to have. That's really what most women are saying. But that's not the point. I don't know who told anybody that the most important thing a woman can do for a man traditionally is cook and clean for him. I think that's ridiculous. On my list, the top thing I want my wife to be is loyal, and that's
Right.
one, loyal to me, and grant me exclusive access to sex, right? Because that's why we got married. Else I'd be out there holding around. I mean, cooking and cleaning. I mean, we all, I 30, I have a man cave. I clean that. I don't ask my wife to clean that. I wash my own clothes. I
Right.
like to cook. So, I mean, that thing is like a euphemism of a tradition. And I think we make a mistake as men telling women, I want you to cook and clean, but we still got them working 45 and 50 miles. But, CEO, you said something that I
That's
agree.
not, but that's not the case.
Let
I
me
just
finish.
told
Let me
you.
finish.
I
Let me
said
finish.
I provide the provision.
Let me finish.
Hold on, JB.
Listen,
Hold on.
CEO, you said something
But
about
JB, are you
tradition.
married? Are you married?
Who, me?
Yes.
JB?
I've been married for
No,
35
JB.
years. So,
No, I can tell you married. I'm talking about
so,
Jay
so let me
Bizzle.
just finish what I'm
Yes.
Hold on.
saying.
Yes.
Let me just
Make the
finish what I'm
combo.
saying.
Make the combo. Get the,
CEO,
go
you
ahead,
said
RJ.
something about traditional based on a legitimate definition. I thought that was really, really good. Right? I think that's what we should be talking about. That's the baseline. And back to you, brother JB, when you was talking about Nas and those guys, I agree with you from the standpoint that it takes all of those things just to put a black face in the room, right? And once we're in those rooms, that's when the deals are made. Until they did what Jay-Z and those guys did what they did, we didn't have any representation in those back rooms. Now we do. That makes a difference. And so you
No,
don't
I'm
have
not
to
talking
worry
about
about.
representation. See that?
Wait,
All
That's
right,
I'm
no,
not talking
wait a
about
minute.
Mr.
Wait,
representation.
But Jay, let me finish because once they get in those rooms, they can start be the puppet masters in the back. You're on mute.
I'm not talking about
Anyway,
representation, brother. Like that's surface level. See, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. I'm talking about power, right? Black people
but they
don't
got to be in the
understand
room for
power.
power,
This
don't
is
they?
why. Hold up, I'm talking about power, right? So you notice when I started talking, I said when I talk about private equity so much is because if you look at who has the most power, like in America, in fact, across Western society, right? Who has the concentration of power? It tends to be these individuals that are in private equity, that are venture capitalists, that are in hedge funds, right? They
Okay.
have the concentration of power. These individuals can now move the needle, can now get outcomes that they want politically, et cetera, et cetera. So when you have this kind, and then
Because
also
they're in
they
the
can
room.
benefit, hold up, they can benefit their community. So for example, if you look at the small hats are a perfect example of this.
Because
You
they're
look
in the
at
room.
how they actually have their
I don't think
concentration of
we're
power.
arguing.
It's actually through private equity in real estate, right? They have most of their concentration of power is through private equity and real estate. They then get to use that, right, to pass that on to the rest of their people,
But
right? To put
JB,
the rest of their people in the right positions.
I'm
Hold
not
up,
arguing. I think we're in
I'm
valid
not saying you're
agreement,
arguing.
brother.
I'm clarifying something.
All right,
I'm
JB,
clarifying something. So I'm saying,
I gotta get the Nightish and Mr. Logic because
Okay.
I got short
I
time
hear you,
coming up.
JB. I hear you, man. I hear you.
Nightish, you there?
Yeah.
All right, he took a break. All right,
Yeah, I'm here.
what you
I'm
got on
here.
the topic?
I'm here.
Nah,
I'm here.
there he is. There he is.
I was listening to Jay Bizzle, but here's the thing: most chefs are men. That's first of all. Second thing is this: we're all modern. We're not traditional. Most traditional men are conservative men. Here's the thing: we have to have a discussion between men and women, individualistically, and as a community. We have to do what's best for the individuals. What's happening now is that everybody is individualistic and they're by themselves. Women want freedom. They don't want to be up under the man leadership. And men are individualistic too. We got to find a middle ground there. As far as money, I understand what JB is saying, and he's right completely. But here's the thing. Who's going to go along with that? Everybody's not going to go along with that. But if you find your tribe, that's beautiful. That's why it's a boule. That's why it's a upper class, a middle class, and an underclass. My understanding when I look at the numbers is between 3 and 5% that's the upper class. It's 12% that's the middle class, and then everybody else is broke. So what we need to do is find somewhere where we can work together. And what the problem is, we're not having real discussions with the people that we're talking to on the ground level. So if you're middle class, who are you talking to and where can y'all agree? If you're upper class, who are you talking to and where can y'all agree? And if you're underclass, who are you talking to and where you can agree?
Yeah, I agree. The only problem is that as a black person, if you try to talk to anybody, they usually don't agree. So you literally got to, I mean, look, everybody's been talking this community stuff. Try to talk some sense and you'll find that most of your people don't agree. It's exhausting. But
I agree.
all right,
I agree.
I was going to say, my man, Mr. Logic, is in the building on the Trigger Mike show for the first time. And I'm going to dare him to make his statement without saying the phrase oatmeal pies. You can say anything you want.
All these chicks
Without
on the
making a
panels
reference to
full of
oatmeal pies.
No,
you got the floor, sir.
No, look. Hey, this is good. This crazy. The reason I had hey, salute on the show too, Trigger Mike. Big up. I gotta come through and mess with you. I got a lot of stuff going on now. But I just had this conversation with JB behind the scenes, actually. So I got it kind of triggered when I saw the title and JB up at the same time. Should women pay bills? Me, if you want to fix what we got destroyed, they should not. The reason women throw these dudes around in these houses is because they the nurture and they pay half of the bills. So guess what? Who has most power in these relationships? The women do. So when you're looking at somebody discuss tribes, and I used to discuss tribes all the time, and then you got to develop these tribes, but ideally, should you date within these tribes? No, because if I'm a six-figure man, if I get me a six-figure woman, guess what? She's pulling equal amount of resources in that house. And then I got to say, hey, I'm listening to Fresh and Fit and all this, and Fit, Feminine, and all that kind of stuff like that. She's doing more to the household. She got to take care of the kids. She got to do all that stuff. No, but if I pull you up, I don't need you to work. I don't need you to work. So guess what you're going to do? You're going to be 100% a woman, what you're naturally designed to be. Not this woman out here working every day. Naturally supposed to be a woman. Take care of the household, manage the resources, take care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the key part of actually ensuring that we have a good legacy, our kids. I want you to put 100% in the kids, not 100% in here trying to bring home resources. No, that's the problem we have today. These women is out here on these streets bringing in equal amount of resources to these men, and these men trying to say, hey, look, I want you to shut up because I'm the man. Well, nigga, I'm looking at the bank account, nigga, equal my ass. You ain't equal nothing. Matter of fact, I got more weight than you because you in here asking me for some buns. I got this between my legs. Oh, plus, let me go to this page 2. Plus, I take care of the kids. I do this, I do this, I do this. Hold up, I'm pulling more weight than you. So let me throw you around this house. And that's what you see in these relationships. They throwing them around the house. So you ask this, Trigger Mike, you're going to ask me this next question. Why would a man be in a relationship like that? Because they're not relationships, they're partnerships. Because this man, say he make $80K a year, right? Can you drive the new Benz, making $80K a year? Trigger Mike?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Wait, Trigger Mike, can I ask a logical question
No,
before
you
you
can't
go?
ask me that. Wait, hold up. I'm almost
Can,
done.
Trigger Mike, before you
Nah,
go,
he
can
shouldn't.
I
He
ask him
Wait,
one
shouldn't
hold
drive
question?
up,
unless
player.
he.
Look, I ain't saying that when you was talking.
I was gonna say unless he driving the C class or below, he can't have a
Okay,
baby. No.
but obviously you can't afford a Mercedes making 80K a year, right?
That's correct.
But what if I get a woman that makes 60K a year? Now can I afford that Mercedes?
You could get an E class. You can get an E class.
That's how niggas do. They look for women to go half on the bills.
I still want to ask him a question.
God, you got sickle cell? What's wrong with you, man?
Yes. Every
All right,
fucked
go
up
ahead,
thing you
go
want to
ahead.
say
I
to me,
can't
I agree
disagree
with
this.
you.
Go
You're
ahead,
right.
bro.
You're right, Logic. Everything you say, I want to agree with you. So you disagree with my numbers. Upper class is 3 to 5%. Middle class is 12%. Everything else is lower class. So you talking about the exception?
No, what I'm saying is this. If you're an Amazon warehouse worker, right? And you get another Amazon warehouse worker as your wife, she's going to throw you around that house. So if you're an Amazon warehouse worker, you know what you should be doing? Go get them chicks out of Waffle House. That be like, Mr. Elijah, can I take your order? Yeah, baby. Look, don't mess up my goddamn hash browns today. That's what you qualify for. But see, y'all, everybody is out. The tribal system don't exist no more. Men think they qualify for everything, and also women think they qualify for everything. So now the only way a woman will consider to be with you is because she's agreeing to be in a partnership because she want to throw your ass around the house. Now, if you don't want to be thrown around the house, just say you make 80K. Get you a broke chick. Watch how submissive she'll be. If you make over 100K, get you a chick that used to make 40K. You ain't gonna miss that money. Oh, go ahead,
I got 2 questions. I got 2 questions, bro. Do you think the average woman is willing to live under what the average man can provide?
No, but guess what? We are the consumers. We control it.
Question number 2. Do you think women, especially like the modern, let's say 20 to 30, are they willing to date older men to get what you want? Because that's what I think they should do.
They do it anyway.
They don't marry them though. The gap is, I think, at most 3 years. They want to do 3 years within their age group.
They do it anyway. You know how many little 30-year-olds I be having that say, Mr. Logic, Mr. Logic, you know how many be in here? You know how many be hit me up?
That's
Every
you
time I
though.
go
That's
to the
you
bar,
though.
you know, no, women, no. They said, damn, okay, I can tell you got this, I tell you got that, I tell you got that. Put like this. It naturally happened at my job. All the chicks that work in the mail room be leaving me notes. The little computer chick, because you know what they know? They know that I got enough money that I can retire their ass. Right?
I believe it.
I can retire them comfortably. They can have their Range Rover. They can have all that stuff. I can retire them. They know that. So now, that's the thing. But if I was the Amazon warehouse worker, you can't retire them chicks that work at my job, right?
Yo.
But you can retire a chick that work at Waffle House.
Hey,
That's what
if you work at
qualify
Amazon,
for.
if you work at Amazon, I'm sorry. Like, he going in on your ass. Some of these dudes like, I make $35 an hour.
Wait. Trigger Mike.
Go ahead.
Did you hear my question to Logic?
What was
I said 3 to 5% is upper class. 12% is middle class. Those people making about 80,000.
No, that's bullshit.
They're pretty
You
much.
listen to Angry Man.
I'm not listening to Angry Man.
Read them stats again. Read the stats, and I send it to you, Trigger Mike, so we can debunk all this shit. Angry Man was talking about 12% of black people fall in the middle class. Bullshit. It's 12% of the American, out of American middle class. 12% of them are black people. But when you get to black people as a whole,
I don't know. Logic. I don't know shit about Angry Man.
Okay,
I looked this up myself. I don't know nothing.
Read them correctly.
I don't know nothing about Angry Man.
Okay,
I don't know nothing about him.
Okay, forget that. But 12%. So you're gonna tell me right now just do the math in your head, right? If you say out of black people, 12% of black people fall in the middle class, that means what you're saying is almost 80% is lower middle class?
Yes.
No, that's incorrect.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know the stats, but I read this.
Is it 51%? Let me ask you this.
No.
Is it 51%?
I don't know.
Shit, let's wait to talk about it till we know.
I read
somebody Google that shit.
I read the stats.
No, I Googled it. I researched it, but I'm asking logic because
think about wait. Think about what he just tried to say. Think about what he just tried to suggest that middle class was. What? So if you said 80,000, is that the starting point?
No, I'm saying middle class between 60 and 80.
Okay, so you're saying middle class.
Little podcast. If you doing trades, you getting between 60 and 80. And if you working that when you young, you can come up out of that. You can be in six figures and above. But the majority of people is between that middle class. That's 12%, right? Everything under that is underclass. So the majority of people is broke.
So you said 80% of black people in
Logic.
America.
Let me make it lower than that. 60%.
No, that's impossible.
You know what?
Because you see, look, if you said 12% is middle class, right?
Yes.
Then that means obviously what you're saying is that we got more upper class than middle class.
He said,
I'm saying the upper class is between 5 and 3.
Trigger Mike said, let's go. He said, hold on.
Okay, so between 5 and 3. So we'll go with a higher. We'll go 5,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So 5
Yes.
plus 12 is
Yes.
what?
5 and 12 is 17. That means
17.
83
so
is broke.
that means by default, you're saying that 83% of black people are lower
poor,
class?
underclass, yes.
No.
You know what, y'all? Hold on the panel. So we actually doing a show tonight. I'm gonna start one. It's gonna be called Panel Wars. All right. The topic for the night, and I want to see everybody on it. Why are black people poor? So now that y'all started it, we gonna go there. All right. So I want to see everybody on that tonight. You'll get
I'm coming. And look, I'm gonna see you them stats.
That's what she said.
So we can know.
So get ready. I want all of them.
I'm gonna send you the stats because the stats they looking at, niggas can't read.
All right.
Fact.
And that's
you're right, Logic. You're right.
So
No,
wars
so don't
tonight.
read it now. And no, don't say I'm right. Oh, hold up, Trigger Mike, because don't read it now and say I'm right. Because no, that shit, if you read them stats, Trigger Mike, you can say, these niggas is fucking retarded. They want us to believe.
Logic. Logic. You notice how when I tried to explain the power thing, and Logic and I, we've had a lot of these conversations behind the scenes, right? You notice how when I brought up the power thing, how like it seems to go over a lot of black people's heads, right? Like, and every time.
Panel War Wednesday.
It doesn't go over my head. I understand exactly what you're saying. And when we talk about Jay-Z, he was up under Dame Dash. Dame Dash was killing him. That's why he got away from him. Same thing with the other name you said, Nas. He was up under some people that was killing him. So now he's supporting Hennessy and other things that he wasn't with.
Trigger Mike trying to say, let's leave that for the show tonight, man. Let's get back.
We're gonna leave it because I got one last question. What's going on, Real Bravado? I got to get out of here, but I got one question, everybody to answer. All right. Does 30 seconds or less, does money equal leadership in the household?
Yes. Yes.
you gonna wait your turn? Yes.
Fuck that turn.
All right. But I want you to explain, Nightish, when it's your turn. Lil Podcast, does money equal leadership?
No.
You care to explain, or that's it?
I ain't got no money, and I'm definitely the leader in my relationship. Period. Point blank.
He'll lead it.
Nigga, I'm broke, and I'll leave this house. I'm broke, and I leave this house. All right, bet. CEO DMP, does money equal leadership?
Not at all. Not at all. No.
Mr. Rich.
I would try to say something like thoughtful about it, but I'm just dead serious on standing my ground with it. No, man, you can have $1 million and I can have 50. You can't lead like me. You can't compare to me. That's not gonna help you out. You really gonna have the qualities. You're gonna have to have the education. You're gonna have the competency and capability, man. You might have just been a trust fund baby or something. You might have hit a lotto ticket, man. It It's not going to give you all the skills and the capabilities that I've worked hard for, you know, that I trained for to be the man that I am. And then you went and hit a lotto ticket. And now you trying to say you deserve to be the leader over me. That it ain't going to work.
I like that. Mr. Rich, does money
No,
equal leadership in the home?
no, not exactly. No, you got to be a leader regardless of whether you have money or not. You might have some leverage, but it doesn't equal leadership. There's a lot of rich simps out there being led by the nose. So, it doesn't.
Damn, that's true.
Not rich simps.
Rich
Yeah, there's
simps.
a lot of rich simps out there. All right.
I bet. JB, does money equal leadership?
I see we live in a fantasy world, but okay. The immediate answer is no, right? But that's with a caveat, because I don't think money is equivalent to leadership or like it equals it. But in today's day and age, in Western society, in America in particular, you cannot be a leader without money. Okay? You cannot be a leader without money. I know we love to live in our little fantasy worlds, and we like to, look at things based off of our situation. But in reality, in this real world that we live in, right, where we can touch things, and you know what I'm saying, there's a tree right there, and there's a house right there. In that real world, you cannot have leadership without money.
And I'll even add to what you're saying. It's not even leadership, really. You can't have influence to even have leadership without money. So it's really money equals influence. Then you can drop back. You only got to be a leader if you got money. You'd be like, I'll let somebody else lead. Shoot. But I'm looking for influence. I ain't even looking to be in lead.
Trigger, let everybody answer before you cut in.
You said,
oh, my bad.
To the household.
Boy, chill, man. This is his show. He can do what the fuck he wanted to. What's wrong with you?
Wife school. Boy, this is gonna be good. I need y'all on the show tonight.
I don't think money equates to equates to leadership. A man or whoever is a leader. That's a characteristic trait, and your ability to garner people to listen to you. And regardless if it is money, there's no, it doesn't have to be based on money, So my immediate answer is no. Like you said on the back end, if you do have it, that only adds to your influence or whatever you're able to maybe accomplish. Now you can probably go do some things with that money. But as far as being a leader, no, that's who you are as a character, as a person.
Nice. All right.
Is it my turn?
30 seconds.
Okay. I want to respond to wife schools here. They like broke dudes because they can control them and do what they want to do with them. But here's the thing. You need money to get lobbyists. You need money to get black people in together. You need money. Money is very important. So yes, you need money to lead. That's one thing. Second thing, I don't know why ladies say this Disneyland shit. If they get a broke dude and cheap liquor and raw penis, that's what they want because they can run him all over the place and tell him what they want him to do. They want to do like Logic that's going to tell them, listen, sit your ass down, listen to what I'm telling you to do, and this is what it is. So money is.
Okay.
Well, somebody make you a leader on your job. That doesn't mean you have money because you're being a leader. They see you as a natural born leader. Some people are just natural born.
All right, so it's my turn. Let me go to my glossary first. The question is what again? This Mr. Logic handbook. They're gonna go on sale on Lapeef.com. But what's the question again?
Does money equal leadership in the home?
Okay, here you go. All right, here, chapter. All right, here you go. Does money equals leadership in the home? All right. So first step, Mr. Logic asked them a reverse question. Would you follow the leadership of a broke nigga?
Mr. Logic?
You won't. You won't follow the leadership of a broke nigga. So,
but they'll have his baby though.
Hold up, wait.
Oh shit!
All right. So now
that's real. That's real.
Real. I'm just kind of. I've been patiently waiting, and I just kind of want to jump in with three quick things because I got to hit off to the job.
You can debate me.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to debate Mr. Logic. You might.
Hey, Logic.
I know. I fuck with you though. I appreciate that. Look. So now here you go. Right now, everybody will agree that you will never follow the leadership of a broke nigga. So that in 2023, money is essential for leadership because the qualities that it took for that person to get that money is leadership qualities. And now with everything else in America, That's why these women is throwing podcasts around the house right now. Because guess what? He can be the biggest, toughest, strongest nigga in the world, but a nigga like Jeff Bezos can't be touched because he got money. And then over that time period, he developed the leadership traits to get that money. So guess what? If you're a broke nigga, you have no leadership because who you gonna lead when you're broke? Ain't nobody gonna listen. Who out there following a goddamn bum?
The baby mamas are. What are you talking about?
No, because they broke too. They broke too.
But Mr. Logic, real quick, I'm gonna be real quick because I gotta go punch the white man's clock in a little bit. Look, 3 quick things. When we talk about the numbers, first of all, we got to get on the same page about where we get our data from. Most of the time, we should be getting our data from blackdemographics.com. And as far as middle class, let me tell you something. The 2-family household income in this country is $67,000 a year. And with 54% of black men making over middle class money, that means the majority of black men are in the middle class. So I don't know. So
wait, what's that number? What's that number?
No.
What percentage is that?
Hey, come on tonight.
54% of black men earn enough money to be considered middle class. Here's the number. If in this country a 2-family household, the average 2-family household income is $68,000, they're considered middle class. A black man making $45,000 a year earns about 60% of a 2-family household. And for us to sit around and sit here and talk about that, that only 12% of us.
No, I respect that. Trigger Mike, what time is that show tonight?
That's not true, huh?
What time is that show tonight?
Should be around 8 p.m. Just look at
I'm finna get real bravado.
Well, hold up, King Knight, dude. Let the man answer Trigger Mike's question.
I'm silent.
Okay, now let me answer Trigger Mike's question about money is the entry level to everything with a man. You have to have a certain level of money for anything. You have to have, I think as a black man, you have to have it at the bare minimum that 60% of the 2-family household, which is about $45,000 a year. However, let's be honest, we got 75 to 80% of our women out here as single mothers, and most of them have given babies to the bottom bums of our community. There are no women. So are those women come to the $45,000, the $80,000, $100,000 man and want to operate and treat that man like he's the baby daddy, not understanding that those are 2 different kinds of men. They will, like to Logic's point, they will all, and I talked about this on my live stream last night, our women will always choose Mr. Failure to Launch because they can control him economically.
Fact.
You can't control the $80,000 brother, the $200,000 brother. And let me tell you something, there are more men making 60 to 80 black men than a little bit. But our women ignore those men. They pretend that they don't exist.
Right. They're invisible.
They were absolutely invisible, and they associate all black men with the bums that they gave babies to.
No, but see, you're talking. See, look, we got to stop relating black people to project people. See, we stuck in that mindset.
You're wrong, but go ahead.
It's easy for us to do it because our government do it, our celebrities do it. Everything they relate us to is to the project, when black people is bigger than just the project people. You know what I'm saying? Just like when we have our lens and we try to evaluate the black community, we look at project people. Even though I would talk about project people most of the time, if we talk about ratchetness, violence, and all that shit like that, yes, we will speak on that group. But when we get into this conversation of like the having the babies and shit like that, yeah, below average project young hoes do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Once you get to a certain status, like I said, they still take on the traits of the project bitches, no matter what they do, no matter what level of money they get, but it's still a difference in between the project woman and the other woman.
No, it's not.
They want to throw niggas like podcasts around the house. But whose fault is it? Podcasts went into that relationship 50-50. So I have no sympathy for podcasts getting thrown around the house. He know that one was coming in there bringing 50% of the resources and doing 100% take care of them kids. So do you think I'm going to feel sympathy for podcasts for getting thrown around the house? No, he made that decision.
if
Real
any black
bravado
man,
logic is double talking. He double
if
talking.
any black man
All right,
approaches,
y'all.
if any black
We
man
answered it.
approaches a relationship with a black woman from the 50-50 mindset, he deserves what he gets.
I gotta
No,
pick my
Rob,
baby girl up. Y'all
real
about to make me
bravado.
mad.
He double
All right,
talking.
I'm going. Trigger.
All right, y'all. So tonight, if y'all can come on, Panel Wars, 8 p.m. Look it up. Hit the notification button. I want to see everybody there. Why are black people broke? Is the topic. All right.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Thanks for
Trigger
coming
Mike, I
through.
gotta go clock this white man hours. I'm actually gonna log in I work in the hospital, so I'm gonna log in from the hospital, bro, for this.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one.
See you there. Yes, sir. You too. Have a good day at work. All right, y'all. Y'all heard it. Most people, a few caveats in there, but most people believe women should pay bills. It's the Trigger Mike Show. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out. Hit that like button on the way out. Make sure you come to Panel Wars tonight. All right. Stay tuned for the time and everything. Share this out to everybody on your Instagram chat, your news feeds. Make sure to hit up my personal YouTube page at Trigger Mike Show, or just type Trigger Mike Show in the YouTube box. All right. Hit that up for my shorts. We got Panel Wars tonight. All right. Bridging the Gap with Kelly will resume next week. Yeah, come through. Stay tuned. All right, y'all. It's been real. See y'all later on tonight. Excellent topic today. Should women pay bills? The answer is absolutely yes. All right, y'all. Be good.